good now in my mind.
Well, I suppose, and I was surprised to see the flag from one of the that's why I was most surprised. That was beautiful. The flag was right there, and the AR was right there. I was surprised they didn't flag that. Because whether, I mean, we have to watch the video of the live action, and you don't stop the clock for each dance.
I mean, that was my immediate reaction. That's not going to happen.
So is this your mobile broadcast booth? Getting rocky.
Come to Chipotle.
You can see the email thread. Do you have a shirt for me? If you have a shirt for me, I'll do it.
You know I look after my fingers. Listen to this though.
That's great.
Huh?
Sticks ended up.
I don't think your sticks are moving.
I'm going to go find one of my cons.
Killing me, Josh. We got it right the one day. We got it right the one day.
Careful. I just need height in here when this stuff is showing up in case something shouldn't tight and I don't know what it is. Thanks, brother.
Is that everything you need? That's all the keys?
I think so. doing there? That's as high as I need to go. Okay.
Yeah, Mike, caught up with the power.
Do you want me to drop it and then you can unsort it?
Not really.
It's just power, yeah?
Yeah, I separated a little bit.
Thanks, buddy.
Go ahead.
Oh no, shoot. Jen, do you have practice cash for these guys so we don't get ticketed?
Welcome to the University of Northern Colorado at Greeley for match day 3 in the IRB Women's Nations Cup.
You alright, Jim? Jim? You alright?
I'll let you know in a second. Hang on.
Copy.
I'm looking for power to my camera, and I may have a air gap somewhere.
In the first match this afternoon, South Africa will be taking on Canada, and the team lineup for South Africa: number 1, Lauriane Johannes; number 2, Tande Kwetu; number 3, Portia Jonga; number 4, Andrea Mentor; number 5, Nawai Bisa Ngatu; number 6, Lamla Mamoti; number 7, Tammy Fellini; number 8, Mara Williams; number 9, Fundiswa Plaki; number 10, Zanai Jordan; number 11, Lusanda Nkaya; number 12, Buluwetu Bazi; number 13, Daphne Skeppers; number 14, Marlene Cronier; number 15, Zandil Najoko; number 16, Nadine Boita; number 17, Simone Voslu; number 18, Annalie Pretorius; number 19, Cindy Boy; number 20, Vuyukazi Mbonda; number 21, Manazel Rabi; number 22, Voroshka Graham; number 23, Fumeza Gardi, and they are coached by Aslan Abraham. And for Canada, number 1, Marie-Pierre Pinot-Reid; number 2, Kim Donaldson; number 3, Hilary Lake; Number 4, Latoya Blackwood. Number 5, Maria Sampson. Number 6, Megan Gibbs. Number 7, Kelly Russell. Number 8, JC Murphy. Number 9, Stephanie Bernier. Number 10, Julia Sugawara. Number 11, Magali Harvey. Number 12, Andrea Burke. Number 13, Amanda Thornborough. Number 14, Bianca Ferrella. Number 15, Alyssa Alari. Number 16, Laura Russell. Number 17, Sammy Crandell. Number 18, Jane Kirby. Number 19, Tyson Bukaboom. Number 20, Caitlin Beaton. Number 21, Sarah Kailuvi. Number 22, Jessica Dovan. Number 23, Katie McNally.
Anyone on comms?
And they are coached by Francois Ratier.
Kind of comes on review.
Kelly, are you giving us a countdown on the walkie again? Giving me a countdown on the walkie again?
Kelly, you didn't say what
Can you test it?
you're only a little better than me.
match day 3 of the 2013 IRB Women's Nations Cup at the University of Northern Colorado at Greeley. I am Jeff Hull, the featured rugby columnist for CNN's Bleacher Report, and for one last day here in Northern Colorado, I am your host for another great day of women's rugby action. On Saturday, this tournament will move to Denver and Denver's Infinity Park for the upcoming finals day, but which two teams will be in that grand final? For the USA Eagles, a place in the finals is theirs for the taking. As this tournament's only undefeated team, they only need to come away with a win or a tie against England today to advance to the final. The USA have not beaten England since back in 1991. England, the defending champions, will be looking to move their own record to 2-1 in order to give themselves a better shot at defending their title this weekend. But that's all still to come. First up, we have a clash between Canada and South Africa. The South African women are still looking for their first win of the tournament. However, that stat is a misleading one. Last Sunday, South Africa were at one point only a few minutes away from defeating England for the first time in their history. They have scored no less than 7 tries in 2 games, and they have chosen a team full of 7 speedsters today in an effort to finally claim the win. Many would feel they rightly deserve. Canadian coach Francois Ratier, on the other hand, has chosen to make very few changes as he looks to see his team return to the grand final of the tournament in which they were finalists in 2011. Then they lost to England. So to help with this, Julia Sugawara of British Columbia steps into the Canadian fly-half role. It will be her task to help Canada win the battle of the backs today against a truly dynamic South African backline. We have the teams about to come out onto the field for you. We will be back after the national anthems in just a moment.
Welcome to the University of Northern Colorado as Greeley hosts the 2013 IRB Nations Cup. Please welcome in the first match today the home team Canada and the away team South Africa. At this time, please be upstanding for the national anthem of South Africa. Please remain upstanding for the Canadian National Anthem.
And if those national anthems haven't gotten you ready for rugby, ladies and gentlemen, it is time for you to take up chess. It's Canada, it's South Africa from the 2013 Nations Cup, and we are getting ready for kickoff. Your referee today is Leah Berard, the assistant referee Claire Hodnett, and Tom Coburn on the sidelines. As we get to the field, we will have the lineups for you in just a moment, and it is largely a set of unchanged teams that will be taking the field here at the Nations Cup in an effort to cause some turmoil on this, our final match day. Canada are 1-1, South Africa are 0-2, and it will be Magali Harvey that is going to get us set on the kickoff for Canada. Referee Leah Berard blows her whistle, and now South Africa are going to look to get this match started. Maria Sampson, Canada's 2013 Women's Player of the Year, is in there to try and apply pressure, but South Africa look to clear. You will see an increased kicking game from South Africa, certainly far more of one than we have seen in Canada's first two matches. And Canada will have to start with a line-out in their own end. And it will be Kim Donaldson, the hooker, that is going to get us started with the line-out. The Canadian line-out has not been firing on all cylinders at this tournament. Certainly Francois Ratier will want to see an improvement in that area. Let's see what kind of start they can make. A clean take as South Africa do not challenge, and it's Julia Sugawara from British Columbia who throws the errant pass to get started, and South Africa have an attacking position. Marlene Cronje on the wing for South Africa. Speed all over the field for the Lady Springboks. And we see some very scrappy play at the beginning of this match. Canada and South Africa, two very attacking teams, full of sevens talent from the IRB Women's Sevens Series. Both backlines have multiple sevens caps, and danger lurks everywhere. Perhaps not the most defensive display that we can expect here at the Nations Cup on our first match today, but there ought to be some attacking rugby for you. Make sure you're tweeting us at #NationsCup, and make sure you follow my comments online by following me at RugbyScribe on Twitter. Canada's scrum looking very solid, and they are away off the back. It's Stephanie Bernier down the right side of the field, the offload, and it is knocked down by a South African hand illegally, and that is Alyssa Alare who looks to quick tap, and she is away. 7 speed herself, looking for the offload. Canada in over the ball quickly, looking to play quick rugby today. A big hit coming in from South Africa. That was Hilary Lath, who has returned to the front row for Canada. on the charge right there. Maria Sampson at the back and the pick and go. Latoya Blackwood on her shoulder. Canada looking for the quick ball, looking to use the space that they were not able to find against the USA in their defeat last Sunday. And there is Alyssa Alare. She has been one of Canada's stars in the back line at this tournament. Multiple breaks in both games, 2 tries versus England on the first match day of this tournament. Stephanie Bernier looks left, and Sugawara will try to put her backs in motion. That's Maria Sampson, who's been caught in possession. Now Megan Gibbs for Canada. Latoya Blackwood over the ball. Amanda Burke with the knock forward for Canada. And a nervous start here. Canada is trying to build through the phases, trying to break down South Africa. And we're going to listen in as referee Leah Berard gets us started with one of our first scrums of the game. Canada looked very effective on the first scrum, but it is a big South African front row.
Yeah, back row. Sink.
Crouch. Bind. Set. Hold. Yes, 9.
And a massive shove from Canada, but South Africa's Mandisa Williams comes away. The chip and the chase. Magali Harvey moves the ball. Alyssa Alare. Canada are back there in numbers and should have this well taken. Bernier looks right. Sugawara shapes to kick, and Andrea Burke has her kicks blocked, but once again South Africa have infringed. Canada will play it quickly. And there is Bianca Farella, one of Canada's 7 stars, and she is down the field. Sugawara is in there to try and clear out. Kim Donaldson looks to move it quickly. Blackwood on her shoulder. Putting it to ground is Canada. Bernier's there again. Canada's forwards on the charge, starving South Africa of the ball early in this match. Bernier is left again. Sugawara again shapes to kick, and the dodge leaves Marie Pignon-Reid with the ball as Canada is driving towards the South African 22. Go forward is the call from the Canadian bench, and they are doing their best to oblige. And it is Magali Harvey down the wing. She steps and she is away down the left-hand side. Harvey has Canada's first try of the match, and she is under the post. Magali Harvey operating in next to no space on the left wing. And Captain Kelly Russell is there for the hug.
Canada. Number 11,
Alyssa
Magali
Alare
Harvey.
congratulating
The
Harvey,
score
and
is
why
now
not?
Canada 5, South Africa 0.
Magali Harvey had 2 tries versus England for Canada's opening win of this match, and she has struck quickly down the left-hand side. It was a matter of building up the pressure, and Canada have done just that. Making an easy kick for Harvey here. This should be a 7-point advantage, as the kick will come from directly in front of the posts. Aslam Abrahams on the field for South Africa, letting his team know what he thought of that defensive effort. That was very little space for Harvey to operate in, but she was very effective, and now Canada will enjoy a 7-0 lead.
Conversion attempt successful. The score is now Canada 7, South Africa 0.
Our ball again, Canada.
Canada will look to receive again as South Africa restart the match. It's an effective take by the Canadians. They're once again over the ball, and they will look to restart this pressure. Maria Sampson lurks in a forward pod, and the offload. Canada building the pressure through the forwards, trying to go forward before they go wide. But there is the turnover, and watch out for this South African counterattack. They are through the middle, and away they go downfield. Canada in pursuit. Canada need numbers at the breakdown. The ball is taken cleanly, and it is forward for South Africa into the Canadian 22. Daphne Skeepers. South Africa moving the ball right. Few Canadian jerseys. The South African ladies racing for the line. And it was Lamia Mati on the wing who finally knocked it on for South Africa. But you cannot take your eyes off the South African women when a turnover is in progress. They will look to counterattack from anywhere.
You need a minute? You've got a minute.
And we will have a moment here as the teams huddle in advance of the scrum. Water onto the field. Make sure you're tweeting us at #NationsCup. And for those of you following the USA Eagles, make sure you're taking advantage of the contest and your chance to win a signed USA Eagles jersey by using #WRugbyFan to show us how you're watching the Nations Cup with an image, video, picture, or a tweet. The USA women themselves will be the judge of that contest
Water off,
for
please.
a chance to win a signed USA Eagles jersey. And we'll have another scrum to get us restarted here. Stephanie Bernier standing with the ball. Let's see what the Canadian forwards can do here. The referee calls set, and in comes the shove from South Africa. Canada's Kelly Russell comes away with it at the back. Latoya Blackwood over the ball. It's slow for Canada. And Julia Sugawara puts the first Canadian kick downfield. This is a very dangerous South African back three to kick the ball to, but it was a great kick from Sugawara. And the South African winger had stepped out of bounds, Cronchi, giving Canada a line out at midfield, and it will be Kim Donaldson stepping up once again to see how the Canadian lineout will function. South Africa did not challenge on the last lineout. They looked to the back. Kelly Russell is calling for the ball. Leah Berard is asking them to hold a moment, and there it goes. Canada looked to move it quickly. Sugawara, Andrea Burke on the charge. She's well met by the South Africans. Canada looking to recycle. Bernier, Donaldson on the charge, looking to soak up green shirts. Sugawara is in there on the clean out herself. And Canada is ruled to have held on to the ground, held the ball illegally. And South Africa will have their first penalty, and they are going for goal. Our first look at the Canadian lineup for you. It's Marie-Pierre Prenant-Reed and Hilary Lythe returning to the Canadian front row, as does Latoya Blackwood after a day's rest. Captain Kelly Russell at number 7 will be everywhere today for Canada at the breakdown. Julia Sugawara from British Columbia steps in at fly half. Watch out for the attacking presence of Alyssa Alare from fullback. Kick is up and wide to the right. Canada will touch it down, and we will have an attack at 22.
Unsuccessful. The score remains Canada 7, South Africa 0.
Canada will look to restart.
Get there! Facing your ball!
South Africa in possession, looking to regroup, looking to reorganize the attack into the Canadian end. They shape to kick and the chase, and this is a tactic that this team will use. The South African women have speed to burn on the wings, and they will look to turn this Canadian back line and pursue them deep into the Canadian corner. And there we have the South African lineup for you. Mandisa Williams, their captain at number 8, influential all over the field with ball in hand. And Janae Jordan, one of the outstanding members of this squad from fly half. Watch out for Zandile Njoko in the fullback position, one of South Africa's many 7 speedsters that they have brought here to the Nations Cup. You see some of that speed now as they look to move it, and Canada have turned the ball over. Canada beginning to apply some pressure of their own here. It has been absent from their last match versus the United States, where the Americans were the ones exerting pressure all over the pitch for a full 80 minutes. But Canada obviously looking to get up into the faces of the South African backline to take away their time and space. And yet another scrum here for this Canadian front row. The call is set from the referee. In half, it's the following call, and Bernier has put it in. That's JC Murphy on the back wheel for Canada, but it has come back on the South African side, and they look to drive for the forwards. Some very large forwards in the South African front row. And they move the ball right. The Canadian defensive line is well set, trying to meet these South African advances, trying to deny time and space. Kelly Russell up very quickly to drop the South African forward pod. Canada's defensive line looks, but there is Njoko. Alare looks for the quick throw. Njoko with the dummy, which was bought by the Canadians, finally ushered into touch. And Canada is going to have to build from their own end. South Africa looking to be full of attacking promise here today, but the ball is not going to hand. And this has been the problem throughout this tournament. Some of their more promising attacking chances have not been taken. As Canada's ball gets into the act for the first time today, and they have the South Africans rolling backwards. Bernier. Canada trying to get the offload game going. It's Andrea Burke looking for Harvey, and Harvey has speed on the outside. The broken tackle, she puts her foot down. Bianca Varela there in support, but she won't be needed. It's Magali Harvey again for Canada.
Try Canada, number 11, Magali Harvey. The score is now Canada 12, South Africa 0.
And if you are Coach Aslam Abrams of South Africa, that looked disturbingly simple. Magali Harvey is finding space on the outside, and she takes some stopping. Mandisa Williams staying with her for a moment, but thrown aside by the straight arm of Magali Harvey. And she will now look to collect her 13 and 14 points of the day after her second try to open up a 14-point lead for Canada with 25 minutes left here in the first half of the IRB Women's Nations Cup. Two tries for Canada early, and every try counts. There exists the possibility of a three-way tie atop the standings here at the Nations Cup. As that kick goes wide,
conversion attempt unsuccessful. The score remains Canada 12, South Africa 0.
Canada will want to score 4 tries to collect their bonus point. And of course, they'll be looking for the win here today. They'll also be looking to deny South Africa any kind of bonus point, either from being within 7 points at the whistle of full time, or allowing the South Africans to score 4 tries themselves. And then Canada will sit and watch England versus the United States later today. And we know you'll be watching too as Canada comes away. Bernier looking left. It's Alyssa Alare looking for the offload. She takes 3 South African tacklers with her. Bernier, Donaldson on the offload. The ball goes to ground and it's back on the Canadian side. South Africa looking to disrupt at the breakdown. Julia Sugawara, Andrea Burke on the switch. South Africa have this held up, but Latoya Blackwood comes away. Canada looking very good in possession of the ball. Maria Sampson, Kim Donaldson. Megan Gibbs, stick to it is the call from Francois Ratier, and it's JC Murphy away with the ball. Possession, recycling, and more possession from the Canadians. Maria Sampson puts her head down and offloads to Bianca Farella, who is in through the outside. Canada are running rampant here in this opening match on match day 3.
Canada, number 14, Bianca Farella. The score is now Canada 17, South Africa 0.
There seems to be a disturbing pattern developing here in this match, one the South Africans are going to be very worried about. Canada enjoying all the possession, enjoying all of the attacking play, and Canada's wingers, Bianca Farella and Magali Harvey, have now collected 3 tries and having opened up a 17-0 lead against South Africa. This is by far the most dominant start any team has had against the South Africans. And Harvey will look to extend it yet again. The kick is up and good.
Conversion attempt successful. The score is now Canada 19, South Africa 0.
Rugby fans, USA Rugby has a new rallying cry. It celebrates what it means to be a rugby player in the United States. Hashtag work for it. Visit Twitter at hashtag work for it if you love USA Rugby and your USA Eagles. South Africa's Zane Jordan with the restart to get us started here, but Canada seem to have found, and there's a strip for the South Africans. Let's see what they can do with the turnover now. Jordan looks left. Low pass forces the South Africans to ground. Andrea Burke is in there and her arms are around the ball. Canada looking to disrupt at the breakdown. Leah Berard has her arm up, and that was an illegal attempted turnover by Andrea Burke. South Africa are away quickly. They want back into this match. They want their first try, and they move the ball right. Big forward runs coming from the South Africans. That is Portia Yonga, and she takes some stopping. Extremely messy breakdown here as Canada look to disrupt. Leah Berard puts her arms up and says play on as the chip kick comes through from South Africa. Melissa Alare with a bit of cute play there, throwing the ball off the South Africans from the lineout. But Kim Donaldson will step up here, and Canada will have to begin their attack from deep. This is something they've been fortunate enough to have some success with throughout this tournament. Certainly against England, they were willing to run the ball from anywhere. Less able to do that against the Americans, but today, Coach Francois Ratier seems to have them building through the phases, and they are finding all kinds of success. Julia Sugawara shapes the kick and puts the ball into touch at around the Canadian 22-meter line. Canada gonna have to enjoy another defensive set here as South Africa look to attack from their own line out. They've collected it, and they look to move. Kelly Russell with a missed tackle, and that is the South African number 9, Plajati, on the run. South Africa inches away here. They need to get the ball to ground, and Leah Berard is calling that it is held up. South Africa will enjoy a 5-meter scrum.
Green scrum on the 5.
Make sure, rugby fans, that you are following USA Rugby on Facebook and on Twitter. Twitter handle @USA Rugby.
In the middle of the tunnel, please.
And here is where this enormous South African front row is going to look to get the drive on. Look for Mandisa Williams at the back to take a run at the line. She is a vastly experienced sevens player with breakaway speed. And there she goes. on the right-hand side. South Africa move it to the wing, and a relatively easy try for Marlene Cronje.
South Africa, number 14, Marlene Cronje. The score is now Canada 19, South Africa 5.
Marlene Cronje with the score on the wing. And there have been some simple tries scored today, it must be said. South Africa with their first promising attacking scrum at the Canadian 5-meter line. Mandisa Williams off the run to the right, and Marlene Cronje with a simple pass and dive in the corner. South Africa have their first try. And no one really expected them to be held off the scoreboard. They scored 4 tries against the United States, 3 against England. They led England into the dying minutes, and what an upset that would have been. They'll try and bring it to 7 points here. Flag stay down. It is 19-5 for Canada.
Conversion attempt unsuccessful. The score remains Canada 19, South Africa 5.
Joko missing the kick. But South Africa, as we move into our first water break here in this match, have perhaps found their attacking feet. It is worth noting that, of course, we had to move our second match day of this tournament to Sunday due to tornadoes in the area. Those of you who have been following us at #NationsCup will probably have seen many of those photos. If you're following us at #NationsCup, we are the tournament with rugby players, not sailboats, horses, or soccer players. Nations Cup seems to be a fairly popular tournament name. This tournament will move in 72 hours' time to Denver's Infinity Park in Glendale. There, 2 teams will compete for the 2013 IRB Women's Nations Cup title, and we will also have, of course, the 3rd place game. Make sure you're booking your tickets for that contest. Visit usarugby.org and Twitter handle at RugbyTownUSA. The Nations Cup is organized to use a 92-hour recovery cycle. Of course, the delayed match day, which was moved to Sunday, delayed 1 recovery cycle. The teams will have less than 72 hours to recover from this match day before heading to Infinity Park. They will ride a bus from Greeley, Colorado, an hour and a half to the south. They will play 72 hours from now on that day. And this tournament is constructed to resemble the recovery windows that are being allotted to teams at the 2014 IRB Women's World Cup of Rugby, which will take place in France. Not an easy task to recover from very physical games of rugby in such a short amount of time. And South Africa are going to look to get their attack rolling again. Canada are going to want to tighten up their individual tackling. And there's Njoko with the kick through. Magali Harvey lets it bounce. Stephanie Bernier fly hacks it back into her own end. And South Africa, there's Cronje lurking on the wing again. The offload coming, and South Africa are now within meters of the Canadian try line. Canada are in there to disrupt, and they are ruled to have done so illegally. Look for South Africa to perhaps take it quickly. And they do. South Africa are away. We're Canada back 10 meters. We'll find out shortly. South Africa with a run at the line. A big hit by Latoya Blackwood has dislodged the ball. And Canada are looking to respond. Breaking from deep, Kelly Russell. as South Africa look to set their defensive line. The Canadian kick to touch brings play up to the Canadian 22-meter line. But if you are the Canadian defense, you have to begin to start worrying about these missed tackles. By this stage in the tournament, everybody knows about the speed located on the South African wing and throughout their back line. A loose ball, a broken play will all result in South Africans breaking for open space today, and Canada are going to have to be on their guard. Stephanie Bernier will take a quick tap free kick from a South African blown lineout. Mandisa Williams puts her to ground. And Canada are on the break. Megan Gibbs on the charge for Canada. And they have taken play into South Africa's half. There is Hillary Lythe on the charge. Bernier. Maria Sampson, Kim Donaldson over the ball. Bernier looking to the right. Sugawara, Kelly Russell. Alyssa Alare looking for Bianca Farella, but the pass badly executed. Farella puts her foot down, space on the outside, and she will have her second try off another blown tackle.
Try Canada, number 14, Bianca Farella. The score is now Canada 24, South Africa 5.
This tournament has perhaps, with the exception of the United States' performance against Canada on Sunday, not been famous for its defense. Some of that is to be expected because of the sevens components in so many of these teams. South Africa, with almost their entire sevens roster in attendance here. Canada's back line certainly chock full of sevens players, one of whom, Bianca Farella, has just given her team their 24th point of the match.
Conversion attempt unsuccessful. The score remains Canada 24, South Africa 5.
But as these teams have come together over the course of the last 2 weeks, one would have thought that defense would have been a priority for both coaches. Instead, we are beginning to see breakthroughs and missed tackles on both sides. So far, Canada wreaking most of the advantage off that. Sinead Jourdain gets us started again, and Captain Kelly Russell will take the ball at Canada's own 5-meter line, and she puts her foot down and breaks upfield. Sugawara chooses to kick, and the chase is on by Farella and Alare downfield, looking to apply pressure. Njoko takes the ball, and she puts the ball into touch out on the full. So good pressure by the Canadian kick chase there. Alyssa Alare and Bianca Farella applying pressure, resulting in a kick being put out on the full.
Thank you.
Substitution, South Africa.
One, step your line
Coming
again,
on,
please.
number 11,
Thank you.
Lusanda Ntaya. Coming on, number 23, Fumeza Gardner.
Back 10, back 10, back 10.
Kim Donaldson on the throw
Numbers,
for Canada.
back 10, green.
Canada's line out unchallenged today,
Inches red,
and
numbers
that
green.
was a very cheeky play. Maria Sampson in on the short 5-meter throw. Bernier now looks to move it. Hillary Lythe on the charge for Canada. Canada's forwards clear out, but there's no scrum half. Kelly Russell in there, showing some leadership, taking ownership of that play. Latoya Blackwood over the ball. Sugawara looks to get her back line in motion. And a pass out the back of the hand. Again, some less than precise passing by both of these teams today. But if you're Coach Francois Ratier, you can't be displeased with the scoreline. So far, Canada has their bonus point with only 11 minutes to go in the first half. Now the priority for his team will be to deny South Africa their bonus point and to work on their game structure between now and the end of this match.
Straight.
I'm
Straight.
like that right now?
Straight.
Sorry, I don't speak English.
Well,
I'm like that right now?
then your captain can tell you what straight means, please, okay?
I just want to know. It's an indenture.
Yes. No, she has to be in straight. We can't start the scrum without her straight, which means she should not be going in, okay? Thank you.
Seconds! So then I'm like, back row!
Some interesting banter there
Crouch.
at the scrum.
Fine.
Leah Berard
Set.
making clear what she expects of both front rows.
Boring.
A boring call against Canada, and South Africa will look to move it quickly. Canada again penalized at the breakdown, and you wonder if perhaps those penalties are not starting to build in the mind of Leah Berard. Njoko looks to win some field position for her team. And into the Canadian half comes South Africa. They're going to be searching for their second try of the match. And Canada now will want to tighten up their tackling, making sure their defensive line is set. An uncontested throw from South Africa. Zane Jordan looks to put her team in motion. Mandisa Williams on the charge. 3 Canadians put her to ground. The ball was moved left by South Africa. Zane Jordan. And a drop ball sees Andrea Burke come away with it for Canada. Andrea Burke driving her legs, yards after contact. Stephanie Bernier. Alyssa Olare. Bianca Farella. Hillary Lythe moves the ball forward for Canada. South Africa has their defensive line ready. Canada will have to begin to build the momentum now. Sugawara. Alyssa Olare offering herself as a runner. Again, Canada a little out of sorts. And they are caught holding on to the ball on the ground. South Africa, as always, look to move it quickly. Bianca Farella puts her opponent to the ground, and it's Mandisa Williams on the chip kick. Bianca Farella racing back, and a very intelligent kick by the South African captain. They have put Canada in a very dangerous defensive position. It will be a Canadian lineout, but they will be on their own 5-meter line deep in the corner. Kim Donaldson must be careful here. They'll want to use their surest option in the lineout, and there is a very effective Canadian throw. Megan Gibbs taking it, and they drive. Latoya Blackwood on the ground. Sugawara will look to kick and buy her team some space, and she does. Just inside the Canadian 22, so Canada not out of danger yet. 7 minutes left to go in the first half, and Canada will now have to defend another South African throw. Kelly Russell threw, but that ruled not straight by the referee. And we will have a Canadian scrum. Canada.
It's going to escalate if she can't get that right. Yeah. It's just, you need to keep going straight.
My hips
yes,
are not square,
yes,
or my upper body.
yes, your hips are not square, which is why it's going in that way, okay? Please get this right.
Seconds! 2 ball, girls, 2 ball! Back row!
Leah Berard warning of an escalation if the Canadian front row cannot get their act together.
Hold. Yes,
Stephanie
9.
Bernier.
In.
The call is yes 9, and in goes.
Feed. That's right. Get back.
And Leah Berard has penalized Canada on the scrum for an illegal feed of the ball. South Africa, with Zane Jordan, sends her forwards through the middle of the field. They are now yards again away from the Canadian try line. Man, that is Lamia Mamate through for South Africa. Zane Jordan, Vazi. South Africa looking to get the offload game going. Njoku.
Try South Africa. Number 10, Zane Jordan.
We mentioned her repeatedly, and she is a very influential player. Zane Jordan appeared at the end of a series of offloads from South Africa. Not many of them going to hand, but not many of them needed to. In the end, the space was there, with Jordan jumping on the ball. And she has been one of South Africa's most influential players throughout this tournament. And from 24 to 5, we now see 24 to 10, with Njoku looking to extend the lead. Strong kick from Njoku, but in the end, no good.
Conversion attempt unsuccessful. The score remains Canada 24, South Africa 10.
Of course, for South Africa to have any chance at all of advancing, they would need to win this game and collect as many bonus points as they could. And they would then drop Canada to a similar 1-win, 2-loss record. They would then have to hope for a USA win over England, which would put England at a win and 2 losses. And then hope for some friendly mathematics. For Canada, the path is somewhat easier. A win will put them at 2 wins and a loss.
Please, okay? And again, just got to be in straight.
A subsequent American victory over England would see Canada and the USA playing at Infinity Park this weekend. And what a contest that would be. Canada would certainly be looking for revenge. The Canadian scrum gets a good shove on, and J.C. Murphy, however, is caught in possession by some of those speedy South African back rows. One of the strong points for South Africa is their back row, led by Mandisa Williams. You saw on that first try for the South Africans how quickly she got away from the base of the scrum. J.C. Murphy is going to want to do more of that for Canada as she was caught there. Canada now start to build from just inside the South African half. Andrea Burke moves her legs. Alyssa Alare looks and goes forward for Canada. Kelly Russell at the back now, picks and goes. She is put to ground. Maria Sampson. Bernier is pointing for her forwards to take it up, and Hillary Lyth just does that with Blackwood on her shoulder. We have a whistle and a lost forward call against Canada. South Africa will have the scrum. And if you're South Africa, you're going to be looking for an additional try before the end of this half. A score like that would be a huge boost for them. A try under the posts.
Focus, ladies. Okay, listen
We
for
give
my
them
calls,
17
please.
points heading into halftime and give them real hope of a comeback.
Do you want to tie your shoes? I've got a minute for her shoes. Minute.
And anybody who has watched the South African team over the course of the Nations Cup does not doubt their ability to score tries.
Good. What
It's
about
always
your
been
other
their
one?
defense
Yeah.
that has been their downfall. You suspect that when they leaked 24 points to Canada in the first half,
Okay.
that may have been too much for them to recoup. But a score before halftime here would certainly make this a much more interesting contest.
Crouch. Bind. Set. Yes, 9.
There is Mandisa Williams again with the kick downfield. Alyssa Alare with ideas about moving it quickly. So South Africa escape dangerous field position, and now Kim Donaldson will look to see if Canada can get one more quality attack in before halftime. Bernier looks to step, and she is engulfed by South African tacklers at the back. Maria Sampson is met by one of the very large South African front rows, Portia Yonga, and driven backwards. Bernier, Sugawara, and Rhea Burke lost, and South Africa look to counter, as they will. Here they go, and South Africa have space out on the wide side. Canada's back line looking to do everything they can to disrupt. The Lady Springboks have their tails up, and it's Janae Jordan. Njoko, the kick, the chase, and just too imprecise. But again, you see how dangerous these South African backs are. They will look to counterattack from anywhere.
About here? Yeah? Scrum here.
And we will have a Canadian scrum. Time gone here at the Communications Center, which because of the rain and lightning in the area, today is operating from the back of an Enterprise rent-a-truck.
Crouch. Bind. Set. Quicker, okay? Oh, no. Calm down.
A little bit of edginess.
Settle. Listen, there should be no push. Listen to me, please. Front rows, either side. No push until that ball's in. Remember what we discussed, okay? And I've asked her to get it in quicker to help that, okay? Kim? Yep.
Stephanie Bernier has already been penalized for an illegal feed. The Canadian front row has already been penalized on a boring call. We'll see how this scrum goes.
Set. Hold.
Yes, 9 is the call. That ball into Leah Berard's satisfaction. And Canada move it away. Julia Sugawara, the kick downfield. It is kept in by Njoko. She moves it right. South Africa are caught in possession by captain Kelly Russell. What an important tackle that was. Canada have been penalized for going off their feet at the breakdown. On the back of a superb tackle from Kelly Russell. South Africa will have one more chance. Mandisa Williams dummies and goes. Bernier misses the tackle. Williams is away. South Africa into the Canadian 22 at pace. South African women have their tails up and are moving with a purpose here. Canada, have they obstructed at the breakdown? They have. And away are the Lady Springboks. Janae Jordan with a run at the line. And Leah Berard will see what happens here. She has her arm out, pointing back on the Canadian side. That pass falling into the hospital category. And Janae Jordan was flying at the Canadian line, and it was only a missed pass
that is halftime.
that saved another try for the South Africans. We have halftime here at the opening match on match day 3 of the 2013 IRB Women's Nations Cup. The score, Canada 24, South Africa 10. We'll be back on the other side of halftime.
1-2, 1-2. Exactly.
Substitutions at halftime. For Canada, coming off, number 1, Marie-Pierre Pinot-Reid. Coming on, number 16, Laura Russell. Coming off, number 2, Kim Donaldson. Coming on, number 18, Jane Kirby. Coming off, number 3, Hilary Leith. Coming on, number 17, Sammy Candrell. Coming off, number 12, Andrea Burke. Coming on, number 21, Sarah Kiljube. Coming off, number 14, Bianca Ferrella. Coming on, number 23, Katie McNally. And for South Africa, coming off, number 4, Andrea Mentor. Coming on, number 19, Cindy Boyd.
Hello, we are back at the 2013 IRB Women's Nations Cup. I am Jeff Hull. Follow me on Twitter at RugbyScribe. Follow this tournament at #NationsCup. It's Sinead Jordan to get us started here in the second half. Canada leading 24-10 over the Republic of South Africa. It's Kelly Russell on the break for Canada. She is dropped, and Canada will look to attack. 5 changes for Canada, including their entire front. Perhaps not surprising given the calls that are starting to go against Canada. Bianca Ferrella on the wing has also been subbed off. Stephanie Bernier to Latoya Blackwood. Canada look to get the offload game going. They come at pace, attacking the South African line, looking to move them backwards. It's Maria Sampson on the charge. Bernier calling to her back line. Moving it, Sugawara moves it left. Alyssa Alare fakes, goes. She has Magali Harvey on her wing. Will she need her? Alare puts her head down, and Canada have their 5th try of the match.
Right, Canada. Number 15, Alyssa Alari. The score is now Canada 29, South Africa 10.
Well, you knew Alyssa Alare would be heard from before this match was over. She has been Canada's biggest attacking threat throughout this tournament. Once again, all it took was a few phases and a move to the left. Canada, 5 tries right now with a score of 29-10. And that was certainly not the start South Africa would have wanted. You felt that they were 1 try away from perhaps making this a very close contest.
The score is now Canada 31, South Africa 10.
Canada now soaring up over the 30-point mark. And that is one of the biggest point totals we've seen against these South Africans. England scoring 18 against them, defeating South Africa by only 1 point. The USA scored 33, defeating them by 11. But now Canada, very early in the second half, are up over 30 points. And Sinead Jordan will have to do something to get her team back into this match. A knock forward by Canada, and South Africa will have an attacking opportunity with a scrum in midfield. Something to note that neither Francois Ratier for Canada or Aslan Abrahams for South Africa made many changes coming into this match, and at this stage of the tournament with these 92 and 72-hour recovery cycles, that is unquestionably a factor. We are at altitude here in Colorado, and these women will be feeling the physicality of this tournament. The lactic acid will start building up earlier in games than it otherwise would have. And South Africa moving backwards on the scrum now. The ball is out, and Canadians have fallen on it. They shape to attack. Sugawara steps through the middle for Canada. Bernier looks right. There are South African players have come through illegally, it would appear. Offloading for Canada now as they come through the middle. And we are going to come back for a penalty. Bernier might look to take this quickly, and she does. Amanda Thornborough. Canada moving with a purpose into the South African 22. Katie McNally now into the game on the wing for Canada in place of Bianca Farella. Bernier moves it left, and Sugawara with a drop ball ends the Canadian threat for the time being. South Africa, another country which does not enjoy a great deal of competition outside of events like these. They are not part of the RBS Six Nations tournament, of course, which features some of the top teams in Europe. Canada and the United States play each other quite often. South Africa will play a World Cup qualifier against Uganda and the Lady Cranes of Uganda in September in London. But that is the standard of the local competition they enjoy outside of tournaments like these. That is why they have been focusing much of their attention on the 7th circuit. And so perhaps the player depth will rest with teams at this tournament like Canada and the United States as Alyssa Alare looks to break. She finds some space through the middle, and Canada are into the South African half. Bernier looks right. Another drop ball, this time by Megan Gibbs, and the referee rules that that has gone forward. And you can make your own decisions, ladies and gentlemen. Let us know at #NationsCup what you think some of the reasons for the drops and inexact play might be. In truth, it is quite possibly the altitude, perhaps the lack of continuity as a team. Some of these, the Canadians, for example, this is their 3rd game together at this tournament, but also their 3rd game in the last 2 years as a 15 squad. A huge schedule awaiting Canada now in 2013 and 14 in advance of the Rugby World Cup. And I'm sure Rugby Canada will be telling its fans more about that schedule in the upcoming months. The ball has come back on the South African side, and they are going to use the forwards to drive at the Canadian line. Now a turnover goes Canada's way. Kelly Russell looking to secure, and Julia Sugawara will simply put her boot to the ball and bring play out to the 20-meter mark. Canada will want to challenge this lineup from South Africa.
Substitution South Africa. Coming off, number 2, Tande Kwetu. Coming on, number 17, Simone Vosloo.
And Simone Vosloo is coming into the game for South Africa. Coach Aslan Abrahams did not want to go one more line out with his current hooker in the game, so that change comes. We'll see if it makes a difference. The throw comes through the middle, but it's come down to the Canadian side. Canadian forwards pile in to secure, and Bernier is going to order them forward now. Latoya Blackwood knocked backwards by South Africa. The switch of play by Julia Sugawara sees Bernier caught and knocked backwards again. Both teams perhaps slowing down a little bit in the pace of their attacks. Kelly Russell is going to look to accelerate the pace, and she does. Offloads come, and Alare, it's JC Murphy to Stephanie Bernier, who puts her head down. Can she win the race to the line? Bernier is away, and can she get the ball down? She does.
Alright, Canada. Number 9, Stephanie Bernier. The score is now Canada 36, South Africa 10.
Kelly Russell choosing to accelerate the pace for Canada, taking the quick tap, finding JC Murphy. And Stephanie Bernier winding up on the receiving end of those offloads. Had to outrun some very speedy South Africans to the line, and as you can see from the picture in front of you, she is breathing in some of the thin air here in Colorado, trying to replenish her lungs before the play restarts here. Magali Harvey, who has scored numerous tries herself today, is going to step up. And you sense it won't be long before the reserves that are left on the Canadian bench may make an appearance. Jessica Duvan in jersey 22 is starting to warm up.
Conversion attempt unsuccessful. The score remains Canada 36, South Africa 10.
And it's a 26-point lead now for Canada. South Africa are a dynamic team, but they've never scored that many points in a Nations Cup game. They've never scored more than 22. You don't feel that although they're probably not done at this stage in the game, you don't feel South Africa have the weapons in their arsenal for that type of explosion of points.
Coming off, number 5, Maria Sampson.
And there's Maria Sampson now coming out of the game. And it is Caitlin Beaton coming on at lock for Canada. The bench now clearing. Coach Francois Rattier is going to do everything he can to rest every starter he can in advance of a potential final. Canada, of course, is going to have to wait to see what the result of the England-USA game is, and that match is coming up for you. At 6 o'clock Mountain Standard Time. Alyssa Alare offloading now to Megan Gibbs, and Canada are once again running rampant here at the Nations Cup. Bernier moves it right. Sugawara looking for help. Sugawara puts her head down. The offload comes, and it's Amanda Thornborough who is caught on the right-hand side. Canada pile in and look to secure. Kelly Russell is there looking to secure the ball. Latoya Blackwood is thrown to the ground by South Africa, perhaps illegally. And Kelly Russell has the ball. She takes it quickly. South Africa are standing around, and it is just that simple. That time, Sammy Crandell.
Try Canada, number 17, Sammy Crandell. The score is now Canada 41, South Africa 10.
And you have to feel for the South Africans. They have brought so much to this tournament. Their 1-point loss to England was quite simply one of the highlights of the competition. And they pushed the United States, scoring 4 tries against them, collecting a bonus point. And you certainly felt that the Americans learned some lessons from that encounter as to how much time and space to give their enemy backline. Canada on match day 2 found how Coach Peter Steinberg had made those adjustments. And the Canadian backs enjoyed absolutely no time and space. But you sense the South African fuel reserves are now starting to run on empty. With 27 minutes left in this game, it may be a very long second half for South Africa. And they are going to start to make changes as well.
Substitution coming off, number 5, Nwaibisa Ngatu. Coming on, number 20, Woyukazi Mbonda.
It is Ngatu. coming off, and it's Bada coming in for South Africa in the lock position. But all is not lost for South Africa. You have to remember that although Kelly Russell is coming away here to pile on for Canada, back to that point in a moment, Canada with a high tackle perhaps coming in from the tired South Africans. Canada fly in to secure the ball. Bernier looks right. Sugawara on the switch of play again. That play has not worked particularly well for the Canadians today. Not that it's mattered much. The space out wide has been more than enough. And South Africa penalized at the breakdown. Were they back to require 10 meters? Leah Berard has her arm out again. Stephanie Bernier. And this time you feel South Africa are going to get a talking to.
Let's work on the discipline there. Back 10, it's easy to get back, okay? If your
Substitution
players
for
are
Canada,
standing there,
coming off,
they
number
must let them
15,
through,
Alyssa
okay? If
Alari,
they can't get back 10, they
coming
just have
on,
to let
number
them through.
22,
Okay?
Jessica
Thank you.
Devan.
Mandisa Williams has been sent back to her team to tell them to retreat back 10 meters.
Coming on, number
That
16,
seems,
Nadine Boita. Coming off, number 15.
although
Benjamin
entirely within the
Njoko.
rules, a little
Coming
cruel
on, number
to ask
21,
of the South
Mademoiselle
Africans at
Rabi.
this point. Surely all they wanted to do was to put the Canadians to ground, but they have been penalized, and Mandisa Williams is going to have to organize her team's defense now. Sugawara looks left, and Alyssa Alari with a very ambitious pass. South Africa have collected. It looks to have come off a hand forward, but they are away. Mandisa Williams with the offload. Pranye is there. They look to clear. They need to move the ball. South Africa may have isolated themselves with keepers there, but they do come away. And there she is again, ladies and gentlemen. It is Sinead Jordan with the chip kick, but Magali Harvey is back to collect. South Africa have not lost their heart.
22.
And as the 22 comes, back to letting you know that all is not lost for South Africa at this tournament. Remember, they defeated the USA in 2011 in round robin play, and then went on to be defeated in the third place game. Depending on how things go here, they may end up playing an English team in the third place game that they perform very well against in round robin play. So they will be watching as well to see the outcome of this USA versus England match coming up in just a little while. Make sure you're tuned in at USA Rugby TV, following us at USA Rugby on Twitter and on Facebook. Visit usarugby.org for all the news on your United States Eagles. Canada have possession again, and Latoya Blackwood is isolated by herself, but South African bodies, tired as they are falling to the ground, and it's Magali Harvey who somehow thought she perhaps had stayed in bounds, offloading to Jessica Devan. And there is a player that Canada are going to want to get some touches of the ball. Jessica Devan, a member of Canada's 7 squad in advance of the 2013 World Cup, a very capable backline player herself, and she will be looking to impress the coaches in advance of the 2014 World Cup, as will Andrea Burke, as will Alyssa Alari, as will most of this Canadian backline. Competition for those spots are fierce. The Canada Program of Excellence, located in Langford, British Columbia, centralizes their 7s talent, which is also showing up here in their 15s program. The depth chart for that program is enormous, as the Canadian Maple Leafs, their developmental squad, have their own tour that they embark upon. So Canada at any one time having upwards of 20 to 30 athletes in elite competition, not only against other teams at tournaments around the world, but also against each other, which is what Coach John Tate in the 7s program, I'm sure, appreciates from his re-engineered Canadian 7s program. But here it's Coach Francois Ratier, who is looking to see what he can shape these Canadian players into in the way of a 15s team. Canada were 6th at the last 15s World Cup in 2010, losing to the Americans in the 5th place game. They will want to improve upon that come 2014. And now you see the South Africans screaming for their forwards to drive Canada back. Zane Jordan. And Canada are up very quickly, but Zane Jordan on the sneak play to the left-hand side, and they are freeing some very, very speedy South African wingers. Gadu looks to fly hack it forward, and Zane Jordan, the workhorse of the South African backline, is there. Now perhaps mismatched a little against Kelly Russell for the Canadians. Canada, having one possession, will look to move the ball. And Julia Sugawara very calmly puts her foot to it, winning absolutely no yardage. In fact, having perhaps lost a little. And it will be a South African attacking line out with 23 minutes left. If South Africa and the Lady Springboks have anything left in their tank, this would be an excellent moment to use it. Canada look to disrupt, and the ball does come free. South Africa jump on it. What tactic will they use to try and edge their way closer to the Canadian line? They go through the back. Jordan, Mandisa Williams out in the back line, and she and her teammates have successfully moved the ball, although they are going further sideways than they are forward at the moment. Jessica Duvan and others looking to pile in for Canada and disrupt, but they have done so illegally. Mandisa Williams bravely puts her foot to the ball and attempts to get South Africa moving forward. Fellini for South Africa, the open side with a run to the line. South Africa are inches away from their 3rd try of the game. A bonus point would be very, very good for their morale. And there is Yonga bowling her way over. She is a player who has shown quite a bit at this tournament, not only in her work, very, very effectively demolishing the England scrum at times for South Africa, but also on charges like that. She is a weapon from in close, and it took quite a lot of stopping for Canada to get underneath that ball. We are almost halfway through the last half of play here in match day 3 at the Nations Cup. Canada leading South Africa 41-10. South Africa are looking for their 3rd try. They would love 4 and a bonus point. But for that, they need to cross the Canadian line. There's Yonga again. Canada looking to organize their defense. There is space out left, and there is Zane Jordan through, and Kelly Russell could not reach her. And that, ladies and gentlemen,
South Africa, number 10,
is a player who should
Jordan.
be in your
The score is
15
now
of the
Canada
tournament.
41, South Africa
If Zane Jordan
15.
is not on your Nations Cup 15, then you have not been paying close attention. She has had an outstanding tournament for her country, and those of you watching back in South Africa should put your hands together for a performance like that. Zane Jordan, what an outstanding tournament. And of course, Coach Aslam Abrahams is out there with the back rub and a bottle of water, and well deserved. South Africa put the flags up, and they have 17 points of their own.
The score is now Canada 41, South Africa 17.
To a certain extent, you would expect Canada to lose their shape a little bit, having made so many substitutions so early. Captain Kelly Russell, who has played almost every single minute of this tournament for her country, is no doubt feeling the lactic acid buildup right now. She is one of the fittest, most well-conditioned Canadian athletes in all of women's rugby, but even she must be feeling the thin air and the grueling recovery windows that this tournament demands. And Coach Francois Ratier is out right now talking to his team at this water break. Make sure you continue to send those tweets coming at hashtag Nations Cup, and make sure you are using the hashtag WRugbyFan to let us know how you're enjoying the tournament and how much you support your USA Women's Eagles. A signed USA Rugby jersey awaits the victor in that competition. Attention rugby fans, Universal Sports Network is now available on Dish and DirecTV. If you don't get Universal Sports, demand it from your TV provider. Call 1-800-55-GET-US now. Make your voice heard and get access to your favorite rugby events and athletes. Remember, Universal Sports is not NBC Sports. Call 1-800-55-GET-US now. And after a talk from their head coach, Francois Ratier, what will Canada's response be? There are 20 minutes left. And he will want targets not only for offense. You feel Canada would love to get over the 50-point mark here, but more specifically, Canada is going to want to avoid moments like that last run by Zane Jourdain. Missed tackles will not cost them dearly in this match, but should they be fortunate enough to play in the final against a very tough United States team or England, you would feel that tackles like that may come back to haunt them. It's a scrum at midfield, and a very large South African front row will step in to see if they can secure a good ball for Mandisa Williams at the back. Canada will try to disrupt. And perhaps an early engagement from Canada. We'll see. The ball is in. Mandisa Williams brings it away at the back. Zane Jourdain. Daphne Skeepers carries forward. Canada in there in numbers. And Julia Sugawara and others for Canada were in there to try and disrupt at the breakdown. Julia Sugawara, a veteran of the 2010 World Cup squad, capable of playing either scrum half or fly half. She is at fly half today. A highly creative player, highly experienced. And she has managed to help general the Canadian backline to 41 points here today. And once again, they go in search of points. A poor pass that all of Sugawara's experience could not see her collect.
Green scrum.
And so for all of you rugby fans at home who may be watching the largest margin,
and just come around her, okay? So you guys don't have to push each other.
the largest points differential of this tournament,
Crouch. Bind.
it's important to remember that for those of you who have been watching since day one, this tournament has not offered very many blowout games. In fact, the vast majority of the tournament's games this competition have been fantastic displays and very dramatic finishes. It is no secret that perhaps coaches continue to work on their defense. And there is Zane Jourdain again. What an athlete this young woman is. She has support outside. The pass was there, but Magali Harvey drops her to the ground. And Canada are looking frantically to defend against another try from South Africa. Cronje is in there looking to secure, and they move the ball. Zane Jourdain, Portia Yonga, South Africa are in search of their fourth try and a bonus point. Portia Yonga drives. The Lady Springboks are within inches of the Canada line, and Canada is desperately fighting to hold them up. Yonga is on her feet again, and Canada have been penalized, and this is a crucial area in which to infringe. Will Leah Berard demand to speak to Captain Kelly Russell? It appears not. And Canada are going to have to stop the South Africans on a penalty in close. You feel another infringement like that, and here is Yonga on the charge again. Magali Harvey, the big hit. Yonga there to clear out. South Africa need a scrum half. There's none to be found. The ball is down. And what can South Africa do from here? You sense the back line is where all of their attack is. Mandisa Williams finds Jourdain. Big hits coming in from Amanda Thornborough, trying to keep the South Africans out. Zane Jourdain looks right. There is Cronje. She is fast. A meter out for the South Africans as Canada effectively steal that ball at the breakdown. And it is now going to come back to Magali Harvey.
That's better. Come on, guys, get the ball, keep the ball. Come on, Canada.
South Africa are not done today. They want the 4th try, they want their bonus point, and they very nearly had it off an amazing run by their vice captain and talisman, Zane Jordan. South Africa have lost a line-out throw to Canada, and the Canadian ball goes to work against a tired group of South African forwards. They have them rolling backwards. And they have been stopped once, says Leah Berard. For all of you watching back home, Leah Berard. My pronunciation, I have been told on Twitter, needs work. For those of you who want a very humbling experience, I may suggest coming to try and fill 6 consecutive matches full of solo broadcast and then going on Twitter to see what the multitudes think of it. It is an entertaining activity, to say the least.
Straight through the tunnel. Scrummy. Straight through the tunnel, please. Crouch. Bind. Set. Yes, 9.
Go, go!
And again, you feel that put in was not satisfactory. Certainly Leah Berard feels it was not. And South Africa are going to have another chance from deep in the Canadian end. They break an attack, and they are through the middle. The Ladies Springboks once again making Canada's life difficult. They are not done in this match, and the passes, unfortunately, are not going to hand. South Africa are making life hard on themselves now, going backwards with inaccurate passing. And once again, the knock-on will result in a Canadian scrum.
There has to be competition, please, okay?
There has to be competition, and I'm sure the thin air and fatigue is starting to wear on everyone. It will result in poor decisions, and it would be justice for this amazingly passionate South African group to come away with their bonus point. We'll watch to see if they're granted one more attacking opportunity. Kelly Russell will try and make sure that they are not. Bernier. And there is Jessica Duvan, who is full of running, having come off the Canadian bench in the second half. Canada are working hard now to go through the phases to break down South Africa and collect another try for themselves. Bernier moves it left. Sugawara. Canada are through the middle on the back of a fine run by Sarah Kalutny. 10 meters out are the Canadians. They look to secure a ball, bodies lying everywhere, and look at the effort that was put in by the South Africans. Still, with their lungs heaving, the South Africans are able to engineer a turnover at the breakdown.
Thank you.
And they are going to come now in search of a bonus point. Forwards coach Gary Duclos and Francois Ratier screaming from the bench for the Canadians to keep up the intensity level. Easier said than done. Once this tournament is ended, the teams will retreat back to the dormitories here at the University of Northern Colorado and into full recovery mode, ice baths, physio work, stretching, and whatever other activities they can come up with to try and ready themselves for a finals day on Saturday. We certainly must give a giant thank you to the University of Northern Colorado Bears and all the volunteers here at the university who have made this tournament possible. And Jessica Duvan winds up on the outside end of a fine Canadian passing play. Magali Harvey around to the left, inside ball. And South Africa have collected a Canadian bouncing ball and have been driven out of bounds. Canada have an attacking line out with 11 minutes left here. Leah Berard wants a tunnel. She wants to allow these substitutions to come in, and that is Jane Kirby on the throw for Canada.
You okay with that, Tom? Yeah.
Magali Harvey. Bernier moves the ball right. Harvey again, Kelly Russell, and she is going through untouched under the posts. One more for Canada. As we reach the 10-minute mark left here in the second half of our first game on match day 3 of the IRB Women's Nations Cup. Must be very gratifying for Kelly Russell to find that much space with the ball. She has been very aggressive in trying to accelerate the pace of play today to keep Canada moving forward.
South Africa 15.
The conversion by Magali Harvey. Kelly Russell was among a group of Canadian back row players
Conversion attempt successful.
who had to deal with a ferocious
South Africa 15.
American back row in Sunday's contest. And you can bet that every minute that is not spent on recovery between now and Saturday, should Canada make the final, will be spent watching video, determining exactly how they're going to adjust their game plan to make sure that does not happen again. But for now, Canada are looking to tighten things up just a little bit and keep the ball away from a South African group that is one try away from collecting a bonus point. In some ways, this will be thought of as Canada's finest performance. Certainly the scoreline would say that. But in truth, South Africa's defense has not been what it had been earlier in the tournament, though their attacking spirit has never died. It is Gadu who moves it left. Big hits coming in. Magali Harvey put a shoulder directly into the South African ball carrier. And there is Megan Gibbs, Kelly Russell, Latoya Blackwood lurking on the inside. It's back to Gibbs. Blackwood is with her. And these are very tired South African tacklers now. Canada need to move it quickly, and they do. It's Jane Kirby. Ball knocked loose by Cronje, who had a flying arm in there to dislodge it. Rhino Rugby is the official supplier of scrummaging machines to USA Rugby. Practicing Rhino Rugby proper scrum technique is key to maximizing power, safety, and effective scrum technique for your team. Go to rhinorugbyusa.com today to order your equipment. Seven minutes left here in the second half as more water is on the field. We hope you're enjoying a cold or hot beverage of your choice at home. And we have enjoyed bringing you these live broadcasts from the University of Northern Colorado. I certainly have enjoyed calling this tournament. It has been one for the true rugby fan who enjoys watching attacking rugby. It is also starting the road to the World Cup for many of these teams. South Africa, although they have run into a hard time today, as we mentioned, have their own World Cup qualifier against Uganda in London this September, and they will be well prepared for that on the back of this tournament. There is perhaps few places on the planet where women's rugby gets the attention that it does in North America, and certainly the good people at USA Rugby, aided by some private groups. A shout out to the good people at Scrum Half Connection who have never failed in their support for women's rugby in the United States and in North America in general.
Fine.
And all of you who support women's rugby for your work
Yes, 9.
at clubs, online and everywhere else. You are seeing today two teams that you will see again should South Africa win their qualifier at the World Cup in France. And Canada look to get creative in their attack. Magali Harvey look for the oncoming Katie McNally. But the play has become very disjointed here. One more line out for South Africa to see what they can do. And Canada in there to collect the bouncing ball. Jane Kirby had eyes the size of saucers. She was eyeing her own try right there.
That's pretty far.
Yeah.
We thank you all for your fantastic work
Bind.
in keeping in touch with us using hashtag Nations Cup.
Yes, 9.
For those of you who are using the hashtag WRugbyFan, as the ball comes back over the South African try line, we thank you for some fantastic photos. Some very entertaining ones. And you can tell as the fatigue is starting to set in here, as South African pass goes through the back of the end goal area, and Canada will have a 5-meter attacking scrum. And for players who have not perhaps enjoyed some opportunity to run with the ball, Kelly Russell now shifted to number 8. We'll see if she uses her own sevens experience perhaps to explode off the back of this scrum.
Yes, 9.
You would expect Canada to have a good run at the line here, but it's going to be Bernier, it looks like. Canada getting this push on. It is Kelly Russell, but she's immediately swarmed by South African players and driven backwards. Canada are going to need to reorganize now from 10 meters out. Scrappy play on the ground, and Canada are going to have the penalty. And it is Magali Harvey who stepped into the fly half position. Thornborough is out there, and the players have not heard the whistle, it appears. Jessica Duvon still with fresh legs out there, looking for her opportunity to get on the scoreboard. It is 4 minutes left in this match. And certainly from a scoreline perspective, you could have asked for more if you were Francois Ratier. Canada has had a chance to rest many of their key players, Bianca Farella, JC Murphy, Andrea Burke, Maria Sampson, their player of the year in the 15s category, now all resting on the bench, all cheering on their fellow Canadians. Every minute crucial now to the recovery for a potential final for Canada. They will wait now in just a little while to see the result of the USA versus England match. And in a game that has lost much of its shape, Canada will look to attack once more. Amanda Thornborough puts her head down, races for the line, and she is going to have the try that will lift Canada over the 50-point mark.
Number 13, Amanda Thornborough.
And
the score is now Canada 53, South Africa 17.
If you had told Coach Francois Ratier that his team would rack up a half-century or more worth of points against the team that had fought England within a minute and a single point of a massive upset, I'm sure he would have been thrilled. Those of you who watched South Africa in our first 2 games know very well that this result does not reflect the standard of play that they are able to bring. whether it's the lack of an extended depth chart for the South Africans, the lack of recovery time. They will leave the round robin portion of this competition having brought a great deal to it, and they should be congratulated for that. It's still within range for them to get their 4th try and a bonus point. And I'm sure Aslam Abrams, their coach, has not let them forget that as he stepped onto the field for one final message to them. Sine Jordan, an absolute servant of South African rugby and one of the outstanding players in this tournament, will get us started one last time as Canada will bring the ball out from their own end. South Africa believe they have a turnover, and they do. Jordan moves the ball left, and a big elbow coming in from Daphne Skeepers. And the ball pops loose. Magali Harvey, Julia Sugawara puts her foot to it. That ball is out on the full, but it was behind the 22. So South Africa will have the throw, and Sugawara successful in winning some field position. This will, in all likelihood, be the last attack of the game for South Africa. We'll see if Canada attempt to disrupt.
Hold this, please.
South Africa with a very long line out. They go for the money ball, and Megan Gibbs is in the air, and it looks as though Canada have secured, and they have. Bernier with one last attacking opportunity. Kelly Russell with the switch of play. Bernier looks left again. Magali Harvey from the fly half position. Katie McNally out there, and we'll see there cannot be much time left in this game. And certainly, both teams, you would think at this point, are ready for it to end. Leah Berard says there's time for one last line out, and so there will be. Jane Kirby looking to improve and display her line out throw skills. Successful. And Magali Harvey getting some minutes at fly half. She steps and runs into some big South African forwards. Bernier moves the ball left. Kirby. That is Tyson Bukaboom on the charge. And there is some of South Africa's speed through Gadu. They move it to the left. Skeepers. Cronje lurking out on the wing. The ball does not go to hand. And perhaps what will be the final South African attack of the round robin portion of this tournament fizzles out.
Canada 53, South Africa 17.
And as the players come on the field to congratulate each other, Canada could hardly have asked for a better scoreline. They have the half century. Final score here in match 1 on match day 3 of the 2013 Nations Cup. Canada with a big 53-point performance over South Africa. 53-15. We'll be back for a crucial match 2 in just a moment.
Your teams for the second game between USA and England. The lineup for England: number 1, Rochelle Clark; number 2, Emma Croker; number 3, Laura Keats; number 4, Rebecca Essex; number 5, Rowena Burnfield; number 6, Isabel Knowles-Smith; number 7, Vicky Fleetwood; number 8, Sarah Hunter; number 9, Fiona Davidson; number 10, Emily Scott; number 11, Lydia Thompson; number 12, Kerry Lard; number 13, Abby Chamberlain; number 14, Julie Hope; number 15, Kay Wilson; number 16, Mercedes Foy; number 17, Claire Purdy; number 18, Justine Lucas; number 19, Zoe Saynor; number 20, Harriet Miller-Mills; number 21, Charlotte Keane; number 22, Megan Goddard, number 23, Amy Wilson-Hardy, and they are coached by Graham Smith. For USA, number 1, Sarah Shabbat, number 2, Hillary Wagner, number 3, Hope Rogers, number 4, Stacey Bridges, number 5, Molly Kinsella, number 6, Kristen Zanzowicz, number 7, Linnell Kluger, number 8, Jillian Potter, number 9, Josie Sang, number 10, Kimber Rosaire, number 11, Ashley Kamishek, number 12, Ann Peterson, number 13, Emily Bidewell, number 14, Natalie Marquino, number 15, Christy Riggenberg, number 16, Jamie Burke, number 17, Sarah Wilson, number 18, Katie Augustine, number 19, Carmen Farmer, number 20, Kate Daly, number 21, Megan Bonney, number 22, Mia Bizer, number 23, Devin Oswani.
I'm good. Just need to put the camera down.
Fully charged.
Copy.
Scott, right there, guys.
Yeah, go for it, man.
Chocolate milk for those treats.
Right, pal, I'll give you the once over on the controls.
That'd be great.
Pardon me. It's the problem is it's not very deep.
Yeah.
So you end up resting your arm. It's easy for you if you're taller than me. You resting your arm on this thing. You just shove this out of the way. It's
not really deep in the other street.
I don't mind doing it again. It's you're the one who's.
Yeah, I got my shoulders.
Yeah. Okay, watch your cords. Don't put power out. And that the wireless is for the ref mic, and it's running off camera power. All right. So you pull that up. You got control. I would extend. This piece right here. This is these are your 4 speeds. I would put this one up first, like that, and then I would raise this one, the big boom on the bottom, and then I would raise this one until you.
This one really goes up a little bit.
The bottom one goes up a little. This one goes up. I only put this one up a little bit at the top of the tire. Okay. But you can split the difference.
I think I get it.
When you can get up there, power back. Yeah. So you don't hit this together. And it also says power. If you get stuck, give me a call. Talk. I can also take control down here. But
that'd be the wrong way.
Yeah, look at the arrow before you do it. Otherwise, you will. This will level out when you get up.
So will it?
No. Yeah. Don't level it now. Don't worry about leveling it now. You got 2 other. I put the big one up first. There you go. Yep. I'm gonna watch your cables.
You'd have to stay up or high.
I had it up higher than that though. I had it up where I could see Tommy. Copy. If you put the big one up, if you put this one up, it'll move you forward towards the field. But I did not go over the tents. I didn't want to be over the tents. There you go. That's probably good.
Yeah, I feel good. Thanks.
Not a lot of room to maneuver, but
That's the truth.
it's a good view. You get a lot more airtime. Johnny, did you hit your stop button? There you go. Dang it, bro. Johnny? You got it figured out? Johnny.
Oh, I got everything good.
Camera snapped into the plate, right?
I thought you said Tommy earlier. Yeah. I'm good.
Camera's in the plate. I just want to make sure it's solid.
Solid as it can be.
You can take the rain cover off if you want. I think we're out of the woods.
It's not bothering me.
But hey. Tournament control. All right.
Our decisions are usually the best ingredients often takes us on a journey. Like traveling to Thailand and beyond for the most delicious food we can find, which inspires us to create a unique shrimp with southern Minnesota. Our shrimp is cooked with the shell on, which is all the flavor. Then after the shell is thrown, we add tender soba noodles and finish it with our orange miso dressing for our taste buds to explore. Only at Panera Bread. Live consciously. Eat deliciously. Cook the batter and find Panera Bread in your meal. And now, back to your music.
Okay, we got players.
How did it get tickled?
Hello and welcome back to the 2013 IRB Women's Nations Cup here in Greeley, Colorado. We are getting you set for England versus your USA Women's Eagles, and this is the match that will decide who makes the IRB Women's Nations Cup Grand Final at Infinity Park this Saturday. Should the United States get any kind of point at all, bonus point or otherwise, should they win or collect a losing bonus point or a point for 4 tries in the process, they are through to the final. For England, it is a mercilessly hard task. They must not only win and collect a bonus point in the process, taking their total to 5, but they must then collect a points differential that would be greater than Canada's. And Canada, on the back of a 50-point plus win, is certainly in good position in that regard. So,
and the USA.
We are looking down the barrel of a Canada-United States final, but things are not over till they're over, which is why we are going to play the games. We are going to the national anthems. We'll be back with you in just a minute.
At this time, we ask that you remain standing for the national anthem of England. Please remain upstanding for the national anthem of the USA.
A stirring rendition of the national anthems and a stirring cheer by your United States Eagles as they step onto the pitch versus England, a team that they have not defeated since 1991. It may take a mathematical miracle for England to defend their Nations Cup title from 2011, but you can bet that Coach Graham Smith and his Chargers won't care about that. They have the United States firmly in their sights, and they want a 2-1 record at the end of one round-robin play here in Northern Colorado. I am Jeff Hull, the featured rugby columnist for CNN's Bleacher Report, and for one last time, your host here for this incredible fixture ahead of us. And it is none other than fly half Kimber Rosier that will get the United States started in their battle versus England. Sherry Trumbull, the referee from Canada, and we are underway. as England look to take the ball upfield. Coach Peter Steinberg of the United States has been playing with his lineup in an effort to get his strongest team on the field, and will be able to tell for you by the end of this result in this fixture whether he has done exactly that. In the front row, some impact players are in fact been moved into the lineup, with Sarah Shabbat having scored 2 tries for her country against Canada, getting the call at prop. Kittery Wagner moving to the hooker position, while under 20 star and now national senior women's team player Hope Rogers completes the front row for the United States. It's Stacey Bridges and Molly Kinsella in the forward lock positions. Meanwhile, it's Kristen Zdanswich, Leanne Kugler, and Jillian Potter across the back row for the United States. England look to win some field position. And for them, it is Emma Croker who is going to get us started with the throw into the lineout. We'll see what type of attacking platform England can muster against a powerful United States lineout. And they do very well, but the ball has gone to ground. Can England keep the ball going? The Eagles fly in there trying to disrupt, and England have it moved to the back line. It's Emily Scott at fly half for England, looking to get her country moving, looking to add a little more in the way of dynamic play than we've seen from them so far at the Nations Cup. Fiona Davidson is the scrum half for England, and she is moving them left with forward pod play at the moment. The United States, as always, physical at the breakdown, looking to disrupt, but England are away. It is Rowena Burnfield through the middle for England. And finally running out of room on the left side of the field are the English, as the United States will take over on a knock forward. And we'll get our first scrum of the game as the United States jog eagerly over to take their first scrum engagement against one of the world's great scrummaging teams in England.
Step back, White.
It is Rochelle Clark, Emma Crocker, and Laura Keats in the front row for England. As mentioned, Rebecca Essex and Rowena Burnfield in the engine room. Isabel Noel Smith, Vicky Fleetwood, and Captain Sarah Hunter at number 8.
Set. Straight.
Joshi Sang holds the ball for the United States. A quick and cagey scrum half, and she will work with Rosier today to try and both contain the English attack and loose some of the attacking weapons for the United States. Ashley Kaminek on one wing for the U.S., Annie Peterson, Emily Bidewell, Natalie Marchino try score against Canada on the other wing, and look at that scrum from the English. They come away with the ball, and do you believe England are fired up? You better, as they are away. Moving to the right. England are pumping their legs and making yards after the tackle here through Abby Chamberlain. Julie Hope stands ready on the wing for England on this side. The United States, for once in this tournament, being driven backwards by advancing English attacks. And a big hit against Rowena Burnfield right there. The United States come away with their first earned penalty of the match. And Joshi Sang will call Kimber Rosier up to try and win some field position. And a very talented United States lineout will go to work. We hope you're enjoying this broadcast on USA Rugby TV. Make sure you're using hashtag Nations Cup and following us on Twitter and on Facebook. Twitter handle at USA Rugby. For those of you watching back in England, we're so happy you could stay up for us. We understand there's some hot weather out that way. But get yourself something cold to drink and enjoy this contest between two of the top teams in Women's World Rugby. The U.S. have put the ball to ground and work it away on the right-hand side. That is Kittery Wagner taking the ball in for the Americans. Kimber Rosier to Jillian Potter through the middle. The offload was there to Leanne Kugler. But we are being called back. Referee Sherry Trumbull has her arm out for an English scrum. And we'll see what type of scrum we get now from the English. A very impressive first engagement.
You okay, Hope? Yes.
The U.S. without 40 cap winning Jamie Burke. She is on the bench today.
Set. Straight.
As is Katie Augustin. We'll make sure to notify you if Jamie Burke wins her 41st cap off the bench today for the U.S. In the meantime, England are over the ball and looking to attack again. The United States up very quickly, but there is a break, and England are away. It's Fiona Davidson. The offload comes, and Vicky Fleetwood has it for the English, and they are away down the right-hand side. England pile over the ball and look to move it. Very tough take for Emily Scott at fly half. And the ball is loose.
What advantage?
The United States tend to live off a very scrappy breakdown, most of which they caused themselves. A highly physical United States Eagles squad, no matter who is in their lineup. And Fiona Davidson is trying to move her team at a pace we have not seen yet in the Nations Cup. They are trying their best to play with quick ball. Some very questionable breakdowns so far. And England are now being asked to use it by Sherry Trumbull. They are having to do so from a very slow standing start as the American defensive line is up and set. They come forward, smashing England in the tackle. Fiona Davidson, what ideas does she have? She moves to another England forward pod. And again, the Americans are up there to disrupt. This time we come right, and the Americans are up quickly. The kick this time. Will that be the option? But again, we have an offside call against the United States. And that is part of the problem when you play a rush defense. It is sometimes very easy for the referee to get it in her mind that you are coming up on the ball too quickly, and the USA penalized right there. Emily Scott will look to get some field position for the English. No score yet in this crucial match. On the third day of contests here at the IRB Women's Nations Cup, we have England, we have the United States, and we have a chance for both teams, although a relatively slim one, it must be said, for England to make the grand final. The United States will need any kind of point from a win, from a losing bonus point, or from a four-try performance. Davidson, and there is some very impressive body position from England, and they roll forward, driving the United States back. Was that an offside tackle? The United States move forward in defense, driving England to the ground. Emily Scott, and you can hear the calls from the English players. They want to try, and they're going to get one. It's Emily Scott who ran untouched.
England, number 10, Emily Scott. The score is currently USA 0, England 5.
Those are the type of scores that the United States will need not to surrender if they want to deny England the victory here today. Their defense has been something they have lived by throughout, especially against the Canadians. And that will not sit well with Coach Peter Steinberg. Still a phenomenal run by Emily Scott, and England will now look to extend it to a 7-point advantage. They will need more scores like that today if they're going to have a chance to defend their title. It has been windy and it has been cloudy here in Greeley, Colorado today. The threat of thunderstorms has been omnipresent but has never materialized, and instead we're left with a relatively cool, relatively calm playing field here at the University of Northern Colorado with little to disrupt. Carrie Large as she attempts to extend the lead, and she
Conversion
does.
attempt successful. The score is now at USA 0, England 7.
Carrie Large moving to inside center today for England, and she is serving as the vice captain. Emily Scott, Lydia Thompson, Carrie Large, Abby Chamberlain, Julie Hope at 14, and Kay Wilson with all of her experience and speed operating from the fullback position. We'll get to the respective benches in just a moment. And Kimber Rosier once again gets the United States started, and they fly upfield. A deep kick, no opportunity to challenge in the air. Instead, England look to bring it away. And the United States once again pile into the breakdown area. Short passes for England. They look to move the point of attack. Kimber Rosier makes a good tackle. And we have United States players again flooding the breakdown zone. England try to secure, but it's come slowly. And instead the kick comes. Natalie Marchino looks back. Christy Rittenberg at fullback for the United States today. Offside players as the call screaming from the English bench. But referee Sherry Trumbull says play on. And England have it free down the far side. It's Ashley Kmerk. Not rolling away, likely the call. And you wonder now about these penalties early in the match starting to accumulate. First the offside calls and now the breakdown calls coming against the United States. They are an aggressive team in defense, but when those calls go against you, it has consequences, both immediately in terms of field position and ongoing in the mind of referee Sherry Trumbull. You do not want to play a match like this, having built a reputation for infringing. And it's Emma Crocker on the throw-in. England are challenged in the air, but they take it cleanly. Davidson orders her forwards to drive it towards the American line, and they are not far away at all. They're 5 meters out, and the USA are moving backwards. England have their tails up, and they are going in search of their second try. Laura Keats on the charge for England. Emily Scott and the backs are watching this as the English forwards roll towards the American line. Davidson again. And we have perhaps an unplayable ball. Sherry Trumbull has her arm out. It appears for an English scrum.
Just momentum with that down. That's the back guys set it up.
On the line out, so our line out, and on our moves, we're set.
Okay, let's discuss that the next line before that, okay?
It's hopping on that ball as well.
Ladies and gentlemen, that was English captain Sarah Hunter in the ear of referee Sherry Trumbull.
9, straight in.
She is going to let the referee know about U.S. infringement at every opportunity today. And the English, with a scrum that seems to be in the ascendancy, now have an attacking position 5 meters out from the U.S. try line. The ball is in, and out it comes. Davidson waiting at the back of the English scrum. They get the drive on, and the United States are rolling backwards. They are pushing for everything they've got, and it looks to have halted now. What will Davidson choose to do with it? They are looking for the penalty, and they are being patient. Instead, from the back, it's Sarah Hunter with a run at the line. England pile in. The United States fighting for all they're worth, but it will not be enough. England are in with their second try.
Try England, number 1, Rochelle Clark. The score is now USA 0 and England 12.
You get the sense that England fancy their chances in the tight, in the scrum, and in close against the United States today. You wouldn't have thought that was the case on the back of the forward performance put in by the Americans against Canada, and immediately we have reserves warming up on the United States bench. It is 12-0 early for England. They needed a big performance to try and defend their title, and they have their tails up and are in search of more points now. Carrie Large looking to extend it to 14 points early for England. And she has done just that. If you are Graham Smith, what more could you have asked
score is USA
from your
0,
English team?
England 14.
Having watched Canada put a 50-point performance against South Africa on the board, knowing that you need a big point differential, and Carrie Large is clapping her hands. England have showed up ready to play here at the Nations Cup, and the United States Eagles are back on their heels early. It is Kimber Rosier once again in what has already become a bit of a pattern. The restart from halfway. The U.S. will want to put an end to this, but again they go long, no challenge in the air. Again, England will look to come away with it. And they have their feet down and pumping. That is Isabel Newell-Smith for England. U.S. again, this time they leave the tackle area alone and try and stay on their feet, but it's Emily Scott on the steps. She looks for the offload, she's brought to ground. England look to secure. The U.S. driving into the tackle area, looking for the ball, and they have it. A U.S. turnover deep in the English half, and they will look to attack now. The ball comes loose, and that is Lionel Kugler on the charge. She takes stopping. She is now only 10 meters out from the England try area. And a penalty. England move it quickly through Shang. It is Emily Bidewell. Thrown to the ground by England. The USA moving right. Kittery Wagner. Shang again moves it right. Kristen Zdanowicz. These USA forwards will be difficult to stop from there. And England will be forced to retreat to their own try line. Pressure building now from the Americans at the back of a turnover deep in the English end. This is just what the USA needed.
Decision? Shot at goal?
They're going to take a shot at goal. Very interesting. The USA need only 4 tries to make the final. Should the USA emerge with no points whatsoever in this match, it would complicate things in a very interesting way. The USA now sitting as the tournament's only undefeated team with 10 points, having gotten 5 points in each of their first 2 contests. The kick is up and it is good.
Penalty kick is successful. The score is now USA 3, England 14.
The USA take their points from that opportunity, but it is 14-3 and no tries so far for the Americans.
Good job, Eagles!
Keep up the physicality, U.S.!
So the USA come away with points in their first real visit down to the English 22, but it comes only in the form of a penalty goal. No tries so far for the Americans. 2 for England. Still, the USA have responded, and now they enjoy more possession, and they will look to attack again. Stacey Bridges for the Americans on the charge. And now comes the kick from Kimber Rosier. Kay Wilson at the back for the Americans, and here comes the counterattack. Jillian Potter, the number 8, and the USA are lying over the ball. The referee has her arm out, and the kick comes. The USA misplay it at the back end, but there are United States players lying over the ball at the breakdown. This time, the referee deems advantage 1 as it was a knock-on by an American player off of that kick. And so the English scrum will go to work now, camped on the American 22.
1 minute's on, guys. 1 minute. Be ready. Big impact.
And now we have a little 1-minute break for water to be called on. What a game we have for you now in our final round robin match of the IRB Women's Nations Cup. Make sure you never stop tweeting us at hashtag Nations Cup, hashtag never stop. We love hearing from you here in our communications center in Greeley, Colorado. Make sure you keep the tweets coming at hashtag WRugbyFan with pictures to show us how you're enjoying our broadcast and how much you love your USA Eagles. A signed USA Eagles jersey awaits the winner. The USA Eagles players are going to choose that submission a little later on. No doubt after a well-earned ice bath. Things could not have gotten more interesting right off the bat. England needed a very strong start if they were to have any opportunity at all.
Come on up, guys. Sort it out.
At advancing to the final. And the United States
You guys back up.
need only a point coming from 4 tries, a losing bonus point, or a win. Right now, they are no closer to any of those than they were at the beginning of this game.
Crouch. Bind. Set.
So England go in search of their 3rd try of the first half. And it has come back now. Davidson looking to use it. Shang tries to get in the middle of that pass, and it's carry large. Shang has the intercept for the United States, and they pile in to use the quick ball. Rosier. The United States need to move forward with it, not sideways, and they do now. Penalty against England, and Shang is accelerating the pace of play. It's Hope Rogers piling in for the United States. And England come through. The referee says cleanly they've won it. Davidson looks to move the ball for the United States, but she's caught in possession by the Americans. Again, the United States is caught lying over the ball, and we may have a discussion.
Okay, so too many penalties at the tackle for you guys, okay? Just remind her, keep her feet. Okay, yep.
Jillian Potter being spoken to by referee Sherry Trumbull. Too many penalties in the tackle area. And things could get very interesting here. Remember, the United States already in the Canada match was awarded a yellow card for something similar. And a very strong kick downfield, does not find touch. It was Natalie Marchino that kept the ball in, and the Americans kicked for touch. Not advancing the play very much at all, and instead it will be an England lineout at the American 22. England going in search of their 3rd try. They need far more than that if they are to have a realistic chance of advancing. It would also make things very interesting if they were to hold the Americans to a very low score while winning and scoring 4 tries themselves. Crossing. 16 minutes here in the first half are left to play, and Kimber Rosier will look to move the USA downfield. You saw Joshi Sang throwing her hands up and asking her team to take it easy. They know they have many advantages heading into this match. Their opportunities to make the final are many and varied. Not so for the English. And the United States look to move the ball right. They've done well here, and that's Ashley Kimick on the far side. The United States look to have players in front of that ball, Jillian Potter, but they come away with a forward pod, and it's Stacey Bridges now looking to win yards. Hope Rogers, offload, pushes to Danwich. Shang looks left, it's Rosier. Peterson, Kugler, inches away. A run for the line Peterson has been kept out. The USA, Hope Rogers takes her run. She makes a yard. The United States piling in. Big hits coming in from England, looking to keep the USA out. Will they be able to? Can they get underneath it? They may have. Interesting call coming up here. And no doubt Sherry Trumbull will want to speak to her touch judge. They are ruling the ball has been held up. And Hope Rogers, Sarah Shabbat, and the England and the USA front row are going to look to enjoy a 5-meter attacking scrum here. As Hope will look to get her shoe back on.
Nice job, Eagle!
The momentum that England started this game with was a disturbing sign for the United States, but they have managed to halt it for now. Had England continued to score at that pace, this would have become a very interesting broadcast, and we may very well have had to break out the mathematicians here at the University of Northern Colorado. A free kick against England and for the United States. Potter runs for the line. Again, the United States come on the forward charge. Penalty in favor of England. And once again, the US have been kept out. Again, a reminder, any single point, regardless of whether it comes from a losing bonus point, 4 tries scored, or a win, will see the United States through to the final. Canada are sitting with 10 points in the tournament table, as are the United States. England would have to win with a bonus point and deny the United States any type of point at all to make things a very complicated affair. They've got 2 tries. The United States have none. Turnover for the United States. And Rozier will go on a run herself. She's a little isolated, but Shang grabs it and moves it right again. Peterson.
Get out, get out.
Big hits coming in from Sarah Shabbat.
Get out, get out, get out. Keep going. Going out big.
The United States down the far wing with Emily Scott, with Ashley Kamek. Rozier acting as scrum half. The USA sent forwards through the middle of the field. Shang moves the ball again. Hope Rogers tries to dive on it, but it looks like an England ball. And we have a whistle from referee Sherry Trumbull. She will be wanting to speak.
Before blue, this is now your warning. So I was reaching over the top, playing the scrum half, okay? This is your warning at the tackle, okay? Yep, absolutely.
Okay, so there you have it. Referee Sherry Trumbull giving the same warning to England. This time it was playing the scrum half as she was attempting to clear the ball out. And Kimber Rozier standing with the ball for the United States. She looks as though she's going to go for the corner. The United States know that they need tries. If they do end up losing this game, they need to achieve a try in some fashion, either by remaining within 7 points of England or scoring for themselves. They've come close so far, but England have managed to keep them out. The USA lineout, which has been great all tournament, goes to work, and they come down with it again. Can they get the drive on? A USA ball takes form, and it's starting to drive the English backwards. It looks as though it's gone to ground, and Shang moves it to Rozier. Rozier with a bit of a forward pass there, and it was indeed forward. And the English ladies clap their hands. They know that things are starting off very well. Regardless of whether England make the final, you feel a victory over the United States here would fill them with a huge sense of accomplishment. It was only a last-minute comeback by Canada in the first match of this tournament that have kept England from going undefeated to this point. Although South Africa certainly put a scare into them on match day 2. Davidson with the put into the scrum. Shank looking to harass at the back. And big hits now with the United States' Liliane Kugler, Linnell Kugler, putting her opposite number to ground. Carrie Large moves the game back to the England 22. Christy Rittenberg is thrown into touch by England. Marchino claps her hands, as does Shang. The United States desperately want some progress here. What kind of belief still rests in the hearts of the England players?
Stay there for me, okay, Brian?
This is certainly one of their finer performances, both in attack and defense.
That same message.
The forward drives that resulted in the last England try were well organized and excellent body position. Their defense has been superior to anything we've seen from them so far. Quick tap on the free kick by Sarah Hunter, the English captain, and England look to move the ball again. They're going to try and play with it from their own end. No kicking today for the English. And some space with Kay Wilson down the far side. She has speed. She's looking for the gap on the outside. Kay Wilson looking for the offload, and it doesn't come. Still, a threatening break by Kay Wilson, the English fullback. And if she's done nothing else, she's taken play deep into the American half. As Kittery Wagner looks to take the ball quickly into the throw for the USA. The ball has come to ground. Sheng points to her fly half, Kim Rosier, and England are up on the block. The charge down. And we are seeing a whole lot of passion from the England women. Kittery Wagner again with the throw, but now they've lost 5 yards of field position. The throw comes to the back, and it's been knocked forward off an American hand. In comes the English scrum. A big moment for England as their front row steps up. Rochelle Clark, Emma Crocker, and Laura Keats. They know the opportunity that awaits them here. A third try is in the offing. Sarah Hunter at the back. They will talk about this. Water has been called for. And well, the USA talk about their exit strategy from their own end. You can bet that the English women are talking about exactly what their strategy will be in the scrum here. Pushing for a full 15 to 20 seconds will most likely be the call. They had the US moving backward in this position once before already this half. If they could win a penalty, a chance to extend the lead with a kick or perhaps even a penalty try. We have not seen the United States scrum under this type of pressure before, but they are under the gun now in their own end as Sherry Trumbull prepares to set yet another scrum at the USA 5-meter line. Davidson will have the put in. What can England muster here?
Set. Yes, 9.
It looks to be a stable scrum, and there you can see it begin to creak. England have the shove on. Can they secure the ball? What will the call be from the referee? It doesn't matter. England are over. for their third try of the match. And that, ladies and gentlemen, looks like Sarah Hunter at the back as a bit of a celebration from the English women, and why
England.
not?
Number 8, Sarah Hunter.
The
score is
captain
now USA 3, England 19.
Coming through for her country, and that will be a team try. The forwards working as a group of 8, driving the USA backwards. And things are starting to get very interesting. With 10 minutes left in this game, England are not only beginning to rack up point totals, they have 3 tries. 4 would give them a bonus point, and a winning bonus point would give them 10 points in the series table.
Conversion attempt is successful. The
Denying
score
the
is now
United
USA
States
3,
any type
England
of bonus
21.
point would, in addition to their own victory over the Americans and a large point total, could conceivably land them in the championship final of this tournament. The Americans have yet to score a try. They are nowhere close to the 7-point losing bonus point. They need either to score 4 of their own in defeat, win the match outright, or stay within 7 points of England. There is some mathematics when it comes to point totals and points differentials, but who would have thought we'd even be talking about that 20 minutes ago? The English are up 21-3 over the USA, who up until this moment had looked like the tournament's dominant team.
Stay on the line now, girls. We'll go quickly.
Hashtag Nations Cup is lighting up here with support coming to us from across the Atlantic as well as all across the United States, as those of you at home seem to be urging the United States Eagles on in support. Shang looking for the ball, but have England come away with it. The quick tap is granted, and Rosier moves the Americans away at an incredible pace. It is Potter now, the USA number 8. The USA with an excellent attacking opportunity. Bidewell moves it to the wing. The switch of play, it's Marciano. She takes some stopping. The USA are within 15 meters of the English try line. And did that ball go forwards or back? Rosier plays it onwards. Peterson has some space. The United States are 10 meters out. Kugler has them 5 meters away and under the posts. Was that a knock forward? The referee says play on. Hope Rogers, the under-20 star, is driven backwards. England look to set their line, keeping the United States out, keeping them from scoring a try. They know how crucial every score is in this match. 7 minutes left. Shang to Rosier, looking for the corner score. Do they have it? It's Kugler. Potter, inches away. Rosier, the ball is battered away on the ground. The referee says play on. The United States are over for their first try of the match, and it looks like Stacey Bridges.
Try USA. Number 4, Stacey Bridges.
The Americans are clapping their hands and hugging on the bench.
21.
But a single try will not do the job for them today. Still, an excellent bit of momentum for the United States Eagles. It took an enormous build-up to breach what has yet been a very formidable English defense here today. Certainly their best defensive structure of this tournament. And as they talk about it behind their own posts, the USA will look to inch up to a 10-point total of their own. Peterson, whose first penalty attempt was successful. Kick is up, and no good.
Conversion attempt unsuccessful. The score remains USA 8, England 21.
Here we go, Eagles!
Here we go, Eagles! Keep up the pace!
England's game versus South Africa saw them win only by a single point. Their game against Canada saw them score 4 tries, even though they lost, which sits them with 5 points in the tournament table. They need to beat the Americans while scoring a bonus point. They've already scored 3 tries, and they look to be carrying a 21-8 lead into halftime, and they've won themselves a penalty. The England bench explode, and you can bet this match is hugely meaningful to all of these players. It's Emily Scott, the fly half, standing with the ball. Can she put her team in position for the catch and throw line out?
Captain.
England are 10 to 15 meters away. Can they execute the catch and drive? What will the option be? Their forwards have been very strong here today. Oh my goodness! And a very, very ugly attack and attempt in the air. The USA knew how crucial that lineout was, but you must let the player return to the ground safely.
Okay. You just grabbed her when you were falling. Okay? Okay.
4. We're just in the air, playing the jumper.
And a straight yellow card.
Yellow card
with no
USA.
discussion from Sherry
Number
Trumbull.
4, Stacey Bridges.
And on such events do matches like this turn. A 21-8 lead, all of a sudden England have a man advantage and will for the rest of this half and then some. Can they get their 4th try? Can they take advantage of an underpowered United States squad? England, if they are to have the points differential they need to score now. They need to score again. What do they have in their tank? And here comes the England lineout. The drive is on. England are driving, and the United States are without one of their locked forwards. They look to surge over the line. Are the United States off their feet at the breakdown? The referee says play on. England are driving. There are bodies everywhere. They need to stay organized. They are inches away. The drive from England. One more you think would all, and they are over in the corner. United States players were sucked into the forward drive, and England had their bonus point, their 4th try of the game. And we're back. If you have not thrown things at your computer or your television, you have demonstrated more control than many of us here at the Nations Cup Communications Center. We apologize for the interruption, but we are back with you. And England, with a lead of 21-8 over the United States, are beginning to put themselves. We apologize, of course. England, having scored their try just before halftime. England have the bonus point they need. Should the United States be denied a bonus point of any kind in a loss, 3 teams would be tied atop the Nations Cup table, with 10 points apiece. It would all come down to points differential, and we have a series of brain surgeons and math whizzes here at the University of Northern Colorado working that out. We have employed every gerbil, wheel, and gerbil we can find in the effort. Both teams have come out for halftime knowing that their very ability to play in the Nations Cup Grand Final is on the line. And who would have thought that we would be talking about this in a serious way? It seemed a nigh impossibility. England have a man advantage, or I should say a player advantage. It is 15-on-14 here at the Nations Cup, and England need to score some tries.
Substitutions for the USA coming off.
Davidson moves her team to the right, and they are going to look to take advantage of a shorthanded American squad for the next 7 minutes. Penalty against the United States, and England would be wise to accelerate the play and go quickly. Instead, they are going to take field position as Emily Scott steps up to try and move her team downfield. As you might expect, our clock and scoreline here at the Communication Center is a little bit off due to the power disruption. We're working on that for you. But England, having scored 4 tries, are in command in this match. And for the next few minutes, they still enjoy a 1-player advantage. The United States take the line out, and they're going to look to get some points on the board as well. They need to stop this English momentum, and a huge run by American number 7, Vicky Fleetwood. And Marchino takes the ball and races away. Not, however, from the proper place. The score is 26-8 for England, and the United States are looking to close the gap. They are inches away from doing just that, and they have been stopped. Potter has on her drive towards the England line. England furious in defense. The United States would be wise to move it away from this area, and we have an unplayable ball and a USA scrum. England are holding the Americans at bay, but they need to do more than that. They have the 1-player advantage with the yellow card, and they need to get down to the other end of the field, and first they need the ball.
Brian, I'm going to stay this side. Stay there for me, okay? Blue, are you down? Yes, time's it. Time's up. Number 5 came offside in the line out. Yep. So, obvious.
A potential dislocated finger here with an American forward. And we'll watch for the return of United States lock forward. Stacey Bridges for you. She was yellow carded for an illegal play in the air against an England lineout. And while England have scored their 4th try and opened up an 18-point lead, that lead we don't believe as yet is sufficient to see them through to the final. We will keep an eye on the math for you, and right now we will keep an eye on a United States scrum at the England 5-meter line.
Let's go, Michi! Square, steady, and straight.
A huge England scrum drives the United States backward, but opens up space on the left. The Americans are within inches again. England's forwards pile in to try and drive the USA back. And a turnover at the England goal line. Holding on was the call. And can England take advantage now? They will certainly kick for position and get the ball away from their own try line. But Stacey Bridges, the American lock forward, continues to sit in the sit bin here at the University of Northern Colorado. Emma Crocker on the throw, and England. And we have an unfortunate whistle. It doesn't look as though that ball went forward. Referee Sherry Trumbull was pointing to herself there. Perhaps an overly quick whistle, and England will have a scrum, but the clock continues to run. Stacey Bridges looking onward. England have the one-player advantage. This may be their last attacking opportunity prior to the United States returning to full strength. What can they do with this? Davidson looking for the ball at the back, and England look to come away with it. That's Carrie Large driving her feet. Carrie Large breaking free. USA throws her to the ground. Davidson moves the ball left. England have knocked the ball on, but it may not matter. They may want to return the ball to where referee Sherry Trumbull is standing, as the United States look to have taken still another penalty. England could very well go in search of their 5th try, as this kick will certainly take them into the American half. And I stand corrected. England making almost no yards off that kick. And we can take a moment to congratulate USA prop forward Jamie Burke, who has come onto the field to win her 41st cap. And she now moves past Patty Gervais as the all-time USA caps leader. She earned her first cap against New Zealand in 2004. She played in the 2006 and 2010 Women's 15s World Cup and was a captain for that event in 2010. So congratulations, Jamie Burke, on an outstanding accomplishment. And her country could use an infusion of energy here, all of her experience, as England need to cut inside and stay in field. And they are away downfield. England have gone in search of their 5th try of the match. Davidson, Peterson in the middle, Carrie Large, Kay Wilson, and this is going to be England's 5th try of the match. It is
Try England, number 11, Lydia Thompson.
It has been
the
Lydia Thompson.
USA 8, England 31.
England 31-8 over the United States, and what a match we have going for you. Who could have expected this? And once again at our communication center, pencils and paper and calculators begin to fly. The United States, had they been able to remain within 4 points of England, within 7 points of England, could have put themselves in position for a losing bonus point. That seems a difficult ask now. Carrie Large is going to look to attack another crucial 2 points onto an England lead of 31-8. They would be big points indeed. Every point so crucial now for England. The kick is up, and it is away to the right. 31-8 is the score. 30 minutes left. England look at the United States bench sees a lot of very quiet bodies, and England's reserves are in the exact opposite mindset. They are jogging down the sidelines, beginning to warm themselves up, beginning to prepare themselves to make a crucial impact here in this match. It is 31-8. England have the bonus point. They need the win, and they need to deny the United States any type of point in this match whatsoever. Multiple goals. One wonders if the captaincies on the England side are aware of all they need to do in this match. Right now, I'm sure they just want to stop the United States, who are on another charge. They have returned to full strength. After Stacey Bridges returned from her sin binning, Joshi Sang, Kittery Wagner, Shang looking to the right. Slow ball for the United States. Big hits coming in from England. The referee's arm is out. Kimber Rosier, Peterson. And into touch goes the United States. England's defense holding and adding the occasional try just to make this an excruciatingly interesting affair. Screams coming from the American bench, trying to motivate their side. Emma Crocker. The Americans will want to be careful not to disrupt in the air, but they may have stolen this. We'll see. The touch judge is pointing to an English line out. It came off an American hand.
Coming to you, Ham. Coming to you.
Screams coming from both benches here at the 2013 Women's Nations Cup. England trying to soak up all the possession they can, trying to deny the United States the possession they need to bring this match closer. And now they look to break the line. Emma Crocker out there. The USA frantic at the breakdown. You can hear the England bench screaming behind me. And now it is the turn of the United States bench to come off their feet. A penalty to the United States.
Well done, KW. Well played.
But kicks at goal will not do it for the United States. They need to close the gap. On a basic level, they need to be within 7 points of England for a losing bonus point. Failing that, they can score 4 tries, and failing that, they just need to make the match as close as possible so that the points differential comes out in their favor. We are working to determine if it does at the moment. I'm sure there are many folks here at the Nations Cup who thought that was a task that wouldn't need doing, but England are going in search of yet another try down the far side of the field. And the United States have won themselves another penalty for holding on. Coach Peter Steinberg told us in the interview here on our broadcast after the Canada match that there could be 3 teams with a 2-1 record at the close of this tournament. He made a clear point that his team had not yet secured their place in the Nations Cup final. But to be perfectly frank, those of us observing here in Greeley, Colorado, would have thought that was the most likely outcome, but look at what's happened. England, a team that scraped by South Africa by a single point in the final minutes, have scored 31 points against the tournament's only undefeated team, the United States Eagles. And the USA now camped at midfield. And the ball is fly hacked backwards. Rosier jukes, moves, and breaks the line. The United States looking to accelerate, looking to find gaps in the English defense, but they are not appearing. Carry Large on the tackle. And there is the box kick. Lydia Thompson takes it for England, who need to secure. More Americans lying over the ball. Big hits coming in from the United States, throwing England runners to the ground. Davidson, Scott, Emma Crocker. England soaking up possession. Abby Chamberlain pumping her legs. The USA again at the breakdown, and we have an England knock-on and an excellent attacking position for the Americans. The USA Eagles could use your support. Make sure you're using hashtag Nations Cup and hashtag WRugbyFan to show us your feelings about this match and your support for your United States Eagles. Make sure you're following us on Twitter at USA Rugby.
Let's go, Kent! Come on, Jamie! Let's go, Shabbat! Let's go, Tag 5!
Seldom have we seen the benches so animated here at the Nations Cup. The Americans know they need points. Every point they can score brings them a step closer to winning the points differential side of this competition. England thought they had won that scrum outcome, but it comes back on the American side. The referee says play on here, and the Americans are playing on. They're inches away. That was Vicky Fleetwood on the tackle for England. Leanne Kugler, we're coming back for the advantage. Sherry Trumbull. What will the U.S. do here? They're right in front of the posts. There is a discussion going on about exactly what the best course of action would be. 20 minutes left in this game. And they are going to kick at posts. Very interesting. One of the USA's best attacking positions in the second half, coming right in front of the post, and they have chosen to kick at goal. Ann Peterson will step right in front of the post to score an additional 3 points for the USA. We here in the broadcast booth are not aware whether or not this 3 points would be the crucial 3 points that would see the points differential fall in favor of the United States. It very well might be. Perhaps those on the USA sidelines know something we don't. With only a single try scored for the United States, they would have to score 3 additional ones to earn the bonus point.
Penalty is successful.
So perhaps they've decided to play for the points differential at this point. There is only 20 minutes left to play in the last round robin match of the Nations Cup, and it's all happening. What a fantastic match to be watching here in Greeley, Colorado. What a fantastic spectacle it is on USA Rugby TV. Stay tuned for the concluding moments of this contest, which is certainly going to go down in the memory of those watching it. It is ruled a USA knock forward, and the English scrum is going to step forward with their best attacking position in quite some time. You wonder, as you look at the numbers on the backs of the England players when these substitutions are going to come on for England. We saw in the close of our last match the fatigue that would start to come in and affect the ability to make tackles, to make highly effective passes. It is there for England. Davidson, Scott, Large, Wilson. The pass does not go to hand. Is this the fatigue we discussed? Keep working is the call from the England bench. USA tacklers flying up now, knocking England backwards. They've lost 20 yards, but they have the possession. The United States needs to be very careful with the breakdown here. Another penalty call would be a very bad thing and would guarantee England some solid field position. One wonders if they have enough left in the tank to score from here. The United States at this moment look like they have more than enough to stop them. The defensive line is strong for the Americans. Carry Large. Pete, that was Scott being dropped by her opposite number, Kimber Rosier. Davidson is taking her time over the ball. Body position strong for England, but they are getting no closer to the American try line, and they are starting to isolate themselves. Americans over the ball. And that is exactly what happened. Quick tap by the Americans. The call of not 10 coming from the USA bench. But England are themselves attacking over the ball, and there are bodies flying everywhere. And Sherry Trumbo is going to have a word now. One wonders what the result of this will be. If you could make sense of that last breakdown, you know more about the sport than your humble announcer. It looks like England who are getting the talking to. And my goodness, that is a hugely influential decision. A yellow card against England at a crucial moment in the game.
Yellow card, number 6, Isabel Noel-Smith.
It is Isabel Noel-Smith who has gone to the sin bin, and for the next 10 minutes, England, who are very close to achieving the near impossible of winning themselves a place in the 2013 Nations Cup final, will now, if they are to do it, they will have to do it over the next 10 minutes without their blindside flanker. And the Americans are enjoying their best attacking position in quite some time, saying the ball was there. And without question, we are beginning to see some very tired players on the field for both teams. There have been drops. If this score holds, it would be a England versus Canada final in the 2013 Nations Cup. It is 31-11 with 14 minutes left. And if this score holds up, England have done enough to put themselves in the grand final with a chance to defend their championship. The United States have the ball and are driving towards the England try line. They need to score and narrow the gap. Every point that they score reduces England's margin. A scrappy pass, and Rosier is forced to play with scrappy ball. Peterson, Kugler. The Americans are going for the corner. Marciano! Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Believe me, if any of us here in Greeley, Colorado knew the source of these power outages, we would be preventing them. But it appears to just be bad power connections that are causing the drop in our coverage.
Back 10, slide in.
The United States are under siege from an English team that is looking to recoup a recent American try. It is 31-16 for England. Every point the USA scores reduces a margin on the points differential side. Minutes ago, we were told that England had done enough when it was 31-11 to put themselves in the championship. We don't know if that is currently the case. What we do know is that England need to score a try to help their own cause here, and they are in search of that. 9 minutes to go as the England forwards begin marching towards the American try line.
Blue out around 4.
Body position for England as they drive the Americans backward. It is there. What do the England forwards have left in the tank? They scored a try from this position already. Sarah Hunter, the English captain, trying to direct traffic back there, but they are forced to ground. A drive. It's Laura Keats for England. England's forwards using every ounce of energy they have left, and there are Americans lying over the ball. This is a crucial area of the field and a crucial moment in the game, although those on the field may not understand how close and how crucial. One wonders whether anyone on the field truly understands the significance of the current scoreline. A try for England would restore an advantage that would see them through to the 2013 IRB Nations Cup Championship game.
England substitutions coming on, number 7, Vicky Fleetwood, coming on, number 20, Harriet Miller-Mills, coming off, number 13, Abby Chamberlain, coming on, number 23, Amy Wilson-Hardy.
Packed reserves for England as the lineout goes to hand. England's forwards are on their feet and looking to shift body position away from the American drive. They secure their ball and look to drive to the left. England are in the corner. It is Rowena Burnfield. And ladies and gentlemen, that try is enormously important, for it has restored an advantage that will see England through to the championship game if it holds up.
Try England, number 5, Rowena Burnfield. The score is now USA 16, England 36.
The United States have scored 2 tries today and 2 penalties. It would take 4 tries for them to find their way through on the back of a bonus point. The current situation was always the least likely outcome. 3 things had to happen for England to find their way to the title game. They had to win, they had to score 4 tries, they had to prevent the USA from scoring 4 tries, they had to not let the Americans be within 7 points of them, and finally they had to open up a significant margin of victory, and it looks like they have accomplished exactly that. Carry Large with the kick, it is no good.
Conversion attempt unsuccessful, the score
But
remains
to the best
USA
of our
16,
understanding, it doesn't
England
matter at the
36.
moment. England will have another chance to
Substitution for the
retain
USA,
possession off this
coming off,
restart,
number 13,
and they are in
Bardwell,
the driver's
coming
seat.
on, number
It is the United States
22,
Eagles, after looking like the tournament's
Bitzer.
dominant team through the first 2 match days.
For England, coming off, number 10, Emily Scott, coming on, number 22,
Who find
Megan
themselves on the crucible here. The USA Eagles need points, and they need them badly. There are 5 minutes left as Kim Rosier goes for the high restart, and it is taken by England. The USA fly into the breakdown area. They need to try and turn this ball over, and England, of all things, need to retain possession. The seconds continue to tick. England with a 36-16 lead at this point. Reserves are on the field for both teams, fresh legs. and every breakdown is an enormous battle. Have the USA captured that ball? They competed illegally, and England have a penalty. They will take their time, no reason for them to rush, although you wonder if they know exactly what they've accomplished. The bench screaming instructions. Graham Smith on his feet on the England sidelines. Kerry Large kicks for touch, and it is kept in. Oh my goodness! An acrobatic dive by an American has kept the ball in play, and Natalie Marchino was racing away down the left-hand side. What an absolute miracle ball that was. But England have somehow managed to regain possession. It's all happening here at the Nations Cup in Greeley, Colorado. Kerry Large puts her boot to the ball and kicks it to the safety of touch. And the whistle goes to take us back 20 meters to where referee Sherry Trumbull has called a penalty against the United States. England are putting in the last of their reserves, and they will start
coming off, number 1,
with
Michelle
another
Clark.
penalty.
Coming on, number 17, Claire Purdy.
Claire Purdy,
also coming off,
the
number
voice
9,
of experience, perhaps one of the most experienced English players on the squad, steps onto the field to try and lock this match down to secure England's place in the grand final with a chance to defend their Nations Cup title. What a boost it would be for the England program after the 2013 they have enjoyed, for them to accomplish such a feat. The heartbreak of losing to Canada for the first time in 20 years. The narrow, narrow margin of victory over South Africa, and now this, a 36-point performance against the United States. One they desperately needed, one they did not look like they were capable of through the first 2 games of this tournament, and now England are in the driver's seat. They need to retain possession, and the Americans need a turnover. The USA competing over the ball, but England, the ball is loose. The United States fly into the tackle to recover it, but the whistle has gone. We have a scrum coming.
Your ball. Oh, yes.
We here in the broadcast center do not know if another try, converted or otherwise, for the United States would be enough to see them into the final. We only know that at present, England are through if this score holds up. The clock continues to tick, and England have the put into the scrum.
Hold right, hold. Yes, 9.
The ball is put in, and it comes back on the United States side. England are away with it. They need ball security. Ball security at all costs. The United States need a ball and a prayer. There are 2 minutes left, and the United States Eagles desperately need a turnover. Players flying into the breakdown area illegally. Sherry Trumbull will call for the United States captain. If the USA are to pull off a last-minute try here at the Nations Cup, it won't be from breakdown efforts like that. And England will once again milk the clock. Kerry Large steps up. They will kick to touch. 1 minute left on our game clock here at the Communications Center. No one knows for certain how much time is on the watch of Sherry Trumbull, the referee. It will be an English throw into the lineout. And you can see the tensions on the face of both sidelines here. They know what is at stake. The USA desperately need possession of the ball. They desperately need points. And that is an American possession. They have stolen the ball at the lineout. They look to move it. carry large into the tackle. Stacey Bridges making up for her yellow card, perhaps with an enormous steal for the Americans. England fly up into the tackle, and the referee has her arm out for the United States. England compete for the ball on the ground. Seconds remain on the clock. Joshi Sang moves the ball left. The United States driving forward. Natalie Marchino off her wing and into the breakdown to secure the ball. The ball is on the ground. Joshi Sang in there. Every possession now so key. And the United States are away down the side. Vicky Fleetwood. They are within sight of the England try line. Big tackles coming in from England. Will the next whistle be our last? We don't know. The ball has gone backwards. The referee says the whistle comes. And it looks like a penalty against England. No arms in the tackle, apparently. And England will retreat to within steps of their own try line. Joshi Sang with perhaps the last possession of the game. What will they do? No one knows if a kick at post will be enough. Instructions from the bench. They are screaming. Sherry Trumbull beginning to look at the posts. And no one is quite sure what is happening. What is the decision from the United States? 36-16. If we find out in a few moments that a kick a goal would have made the difference, and the United States is racing for the line, can England keep them out? They are inches away. And the ball is touched down under the posts. This could be crucial.
USA, number 16, Jamie Burke. The score is now USA 21, England 36.
That ball was placed down by Jamie Burke, having won her 41st cap for her country, the all-time leading cap winner for the United States. And the kick, now from right in front of the post by Kimber Rozier, will reduce the lead to 36-23. We don't know if that is enough to put the United States into the final. We will be attempting to discern that for you in a moment. This will certainly be the last play of the game, and it will result in an England victory. The margin at the moment is everything. Kick is up, and it is no good.
Conversion attempt unsuccessful, and the final score today is USA 21, England 36.
England are to be congratulated
please join us for the finale
on their 36-21 win over the United States, the tournament's only undefeated team going into this matchup.
The third place match,
they have a 15-point margin over the United States. Will that be enough to put them into the final? All eyes now turn to the tournament management table. And as both teams huddle in the middle of the field, perhaps not even the coaches themselves know for certain who will be playing in the final on Saturday. It could be Canada, it could be England, it could be the United States. One would think certainly two of the three. And we will be doing everything in our power to get that information to you in the moment. Stay with us here on this Nations Cup broadcast on USA Rugby TV. Crucial tournament information coming in just a moment. may be hearing the screams behind me, ladies and gentlemen, because England have pulled off a miracle. Having gotten into this match, knowing that the USA came in with an almost indomitable position, they have made the Nations Cup Grand Final with a chance to defend their title. And look at the celebrations going on field. Here are the statistics for you. The United States come into this at the end of this match with 82 points for and 75 against, for a total of plus 7-point differential. England, 79 points for, 66 against, for a total of plus 13 points differential. And Canada come in with 99 points for and 71 against for a total of plus 28. Canada are the round robin leaders of the 2013 IRB Women's Nations Cup. They go in to the grand final in first place, and England come from behind to pull off an incredible accomplishment for their nation and their program. They are going to face Canada at Infinity Park on Saturday for the Nations Cup title. The same two teams that fought to a bitter finish in 2011. The United States Eagles will be disappointed and will face South Africa in the third place game. The same two teams that fought for third place in 2011. Ladies and gentlemen, what a day of rugby. We thank you so much for joining us here on USA TV. We hope you will join us at Infinity Park on Saturday, live in person and online for the Nations Cup Grand Final. I am Jeff Hull for USA Rugby TV. Thank you for joining us.